I'm literally a communist.
Good evening, all. How are we doing? We have Sean joining us. How are you doing? You all right? Can you be okay, Sean? Sean, can you hear me okay? Is my microphone coming through? Let me see if I can speak in the chat. The timing Navarra literally just finished? Yeah, quite. I mean, I usually try and time myself when Navarra finishes so we don't clash. My mic's a bit funny. How's my microphone sound now? Can you hear me okay? Sound like I'm talking in a box. That's very strange. I think he's messaging me over on Twitter. Sounds tinny. Why is it? What's going on? How? It's just. I'm not sure what's going on with the microphone chat. This has got the right microphone set up. Stream picking up a worse microphone? How about now? I've just replugged in the mic again. Not sure what's going on here. Socialist quality audio is an echo? Double audio now. Better we're getting proper microphone. Sean, can you hear me okay? It still sounds... echoing now. I'm just going to restart the stream. Last stream with Kev... The typing is Sean. Can you hear me okay, Sean? Can you hear me? How does the microphone sound now? There's no change on the microphone. It doesn't make any fucking sense. What's going on here? Can you... So does my microphone still sound tinny? It's not coming... Like, the sound from... This is not my audio. Is it actually... Oh, no, it is this microphone. It's getting the microphone. It sounds fine now. It just was weird when the meeting was there. Right. Let me try and see... The microphone sounds fine now. Just very quiet. Wait, I just turned up the microphone volume. It's still tinny? And why is it tinny? It's just, it doesn't make any sense. What about now? How does the audio sound now? That's just me turning up the volume, the microphone input volume up to like 100%. The funky tinny echo. Like to 3/4? What does it sound like? No, it's just. What about now? The microphone was the wrong way round. I'm such a fucking idiot. The microphone was the wrong way round, chat. That's why the microphone was the wrong way round. Oh my god. Good at my job. Professional streamer. Now it sounds normal. Yeah, I'm not surprised now that I'm speaking into the right side of the microphone. Me and Michael and Navarre with backwards microphones. Literally, yeah, it's a cardioid microphone, so it is directional. So good at this. So good at my job. But yeah, I was going to have Sean on, but the Google meeting was doing silly bug because I had no idea what was going on. So hopefully try and catch Sean on Discord. Thought the microphone turned woke for the other second. True. At least this happened on my own stream rather than having yet another tech issue when I'm guesting on Novara. I really need to stop doing that. So they think I'm like a serious person. Oh, Mad just mentioned me. Well, I've been tagged 5 times in the UK politics channel. I should probably have actually checked what was going on Discord. Sorry, I need to. Sorry, just trying to get Sean on. I really apologise for the wait here. Really do apologise. Now it's saying that the invite is invalid. Invite people. Copy. Try that one. See if that one works. Oh, dear lords. Tech issues. You'd think we would be the people who were in like the media landscape, but clearly not. Hello, James O'Brien in chat. I hope you enjoyed me destroying you on stream the other day. Good fun. There is literally, it literally says the back on the microphone, if you see. Right there on the back of the microphone. See? That says back. Right there. It says what the back of the microphone is on the microphone. And I still fucked it up. Let's get this pop filter in the right place. Incredibly sensible. Ready to vote. I'm not excited about voting. I am ready though. Looking forward for the long stream that we're doing tomorrow. And we should be miserable. Almost certainly will be miserable. Aha, Sean has joined. Yes. Let me give him access to the call-in channel. Edit channel. Permissions. Add member. Sean Halsall. Done. James O'Brien was losing his shit over Johnson. I mean, whatever. People hate Johnson. It's reasonable. It's just funny to me how, like, when the Tories seem to be, in current polling, most of their losses throughout the campaign period have been to the Lib Dems. I'm assuming most Tories who are voting Lib Dem are doing so because the Tories have, because of Boris Johnson, not against Boris Johnson. The Johnsonites have all gone to Reform UK. You're not winning these people back over, whereas the people they need to get back on board are the people from the Liberal Democrats, rather than from Reform. And the Lib Dem Tory to Lib Dem switchers would fucking hate Johnson. You are currently muted, Sean. So if you unmute yourself, then I'll be able to. There we go.
There we go, spot on, mate.
Well, that was an absolute mess. Sorry about that. I don't know what was going on with Google Meetings there. It was but I had a problem with my microphone, and by I had a problem with my microphone. What I mean is I had my microphone the wrong way round because I'm a professional broadcaster.
Amazing. How's it going?
Yeah, really well actually. Really, I had a pretty good day so far. Nice and easy. It's almost over. I can almost stop talking about the election. So that'll be good. However, there is one very important thing to talk about with regards to the election. How's your campaign going?
It's strange. It's really weird not having sort of my hands on the data and stuff constantly.
Yeah.
It feels really positive though. Definitely, it's strangely the most positive campaign I've ever been involved in. I think because everyone's kind of here involved because they want to be, rather than they're whipped and sort of threatened with losing councillor positions and stuff if they're not out on the campaign trail. So yeah, it's
Reminds me a lot of what Faiza Shaheen was saying. Obviously, not having the data is good, but being able to relentlessly campaign on issues that you care about in the manner that you want to, rather than being forced to take certain party lines on things, must be very freeing for you.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. So I'm just given the ability to just. I mean, it's telling when you go into hustings and all the other sort of opponents are there with sheets and sheets of paper and like manifestos highlighted up to death, and I'm just wandering in, just saying what I actually think. It's very freeing.
Exactly. Yeah, because again, like what I hate at the moment, really and truly, in politics, is that most party politicians treat themselves as being above ideology, as if they're people who are just there because there is no such thing as ideology, and all you need to do is govern responsibly, quote unquote, and then you'll be good at your job. And I'm just like, no, you're in politics because you should have an ideology, you should believe in things, and from an independent perspective, all you're doing is representing yourself and your beliefs rather than a party machine. So you get to be honest. And you get to run on things that's in your head already, rather than having a pre-prepared script of what the party line is.
Absolutely. I think it's as well the assemblies thing. So I think we spoke a little bit about that last time. But we've actually run 2 of them now, with a third on Saturday organised. And I was kind of a bit nervous going to the first one. That, well, what if people want me to have mad right-wing positions on things and stuff? But what actually came out of it was the group of people in there, and there was about 25 people. So for the first time this has ever happened in the town, it's quite good. But abolishing private schools came out of it. Proper access to education, healthcare, employment, housing. That was a big thing that came out. So there was a quite prominent disability campaigner from the town who turned up. And we were talking about why are we building houses and then going in and adapting them later when we already know there's a percentage of the population that are going to have accessibility needs. Why are we wasting money doing this later? Why don't we build purpose-built things, housing, that people can just get around? Because you're not taking anything away from anyone else. You're just making life easier for other people and sort of stopping that massive waiting list for housing to be accessible to people.
Well, exactly. Like if you already have like available stock that's friendly for disabled people or people who have mobility issues, and if you don't have enough people who specifically need those things, it's not like they're gonna. It's not like those houses are then unusable for people who don't have mobility issues, right? That makes so much more efficient sense. But that's only when you're running through something from a social utility perspective rather than a profit-driven perspective.
Absolutely, absolutely. And as again, redistribution of wealth came out of it, which was good for me to hear. And solidarity with Palestine, and we had a brief discussion at the assembly around what we can do practically as a country and as a local group of people as well. So that was really interesting. But yeah, it was really good to see, and it sort of made me. I was already kind of into the idea, but that made me sort of double down and think this is definitely a way to build power outside of mainstream politics and make sure people are represented and actually can engage with what we're meant to be doing here.
True, true, true. I'm glad to hear that lots of issues that were within your wheelhouse, became part of the conversation there, because I can imagine a lot of local hustings probably just get taken over by discussions around potholes. But that's, of course, yeah, I mean, I think when you're even from like a left-wing perspective, that really does kind of dovetail into our opposition to austerity, right? If your roads are shit, that's because we've not been bothering to invest, and that's a consequence of local authority budget cuts from austerity.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, and I mean, we got asked. We had a hustings last night. To be honest, the hustings have all been bigger sort of issues rather than any sort of
Okay.
local minor stuff. So, I mean, apparently the biggest question asked at the one last night was on Gaza, uh, which is really interesting to hear because Southport's quite a sort of homogenous town. It's not got any big portions of minorities, either Jewish or Muslim communities. So to see, and it was in a it was in a Church of England church, so it was very much for the sort of crowd. It wasn't widely publicised, but even then, Gaza was a big issue for people, big enough for most people to ask that as a question.
I mean, I'm not surprised. I mean, again, I think the phrase that comes up all the time rings true, which is you don't have to be Muslim to care about Palestine. You just have to be human. And of course, the big kind of travesty of the discourse for the entirety of the war in Palestine is the British public has remained steadfast. We supported Palestine before the war. We support Palestine after the war. Like we have always been in support of Palestine as like a super majority. Like in American terms, I think 70% to like 15%. Especially with things like calling for a ceasefire and getting rid of arms sales to Israel and properly holding Israel diplomatically accountable for the war crimes that it's committed. And regardless of your background, I mean, you say obviously it's in a church, right? When Christian Palestinians are being killed in Gaza and in the West Bank, it doesn't matter whether you're a Muslim or whether you're a Christian, as long as you're of the wrong ethnicity, you can be turfed out of your home to be replaced by a settler in the West Bank, right?
Absolutely, yeah, and yeah, I mean, not even just Palestinians. You see the mass slaughter of journalists and humanitarian workers
Yeah.
and stuff like that. It's just yeah, it's wild to me that anyone can still sort of take the other position that no, this is fine. Just it's just defending themselves, isn't it? It's frustrating. It's frustrating to see the mainstream media and sort of mainstream politicians' discourse on this just be completely removed from anything based in reality.
Exactly, exactly. So which other candidates are standing in your constituency?
Oh, so we've got the Tory incumbent, a Labour candidate whose favourite to win, obviously the one who sort of shoehorned in rather than me back a year ago now.
Yeah.
Uh, a Lib Dem, a Green, Reform, and he's another level. That's absolutely out there. I mean, in two of the hustings we've had so far, one of them. It probably make more sense. We got asked about COVID and lockdowns at high school. I answered with it would be impossible for me to have a sort of objective view on that. I said, look, I lost my mum in COVID. I lost friends who worked with us because bus drivers were hit horrifically. And just talked about that side of it, but said, like, I don't think the government ever really did a real lockdown. It was all about protecting the economy rather than people.
Yeah.
And then 2 questions later, this guy's just COVID wasn't a thing. The scientists will say it didn't happen, and you just see all the kids in that hall. I mean, there's probably a few hundred kids in there. Just everyone's jaw hit the floor. I think it'd be bad enough any time, but after someone's just said like he lost quite a few people and my mother, it is kind of wild to come in it with that one. And then the second hustings, he decided to say climate change wasn't real. And you're just like, this is absolutely wild. Like,
I mean, the thing is, right, is that Nigel Farage, Richard Tice, Ben Habib, David Bull, Alex Phillips, right, they're all incredibly polished media performers. They've done it for ages. From some of these people, it's literally their job. Dr. David Bull is a host on Talk TV. He knows what he's doing in pushing rhetoric, and Ben Habib and all of these people have all had loads of goes around on GB News to hone in the strategy, think about your talking points, know which demographics that you're targeting and the rhetoric that you're supposed to be using here. Whereas all of the Reform UK candidates that they've just kind of hoovered up, that they just kind of got to apply at the last minute, and that's why some of them are saying so many silly things, they don't have any of this training. But what Reform UK represents is the mainstream conspiracy theorist. It's why they talk about, critical race theory and the World Economic Forum and the WHO and gender ideology or whatever in schools, and they're getting mad about this kind of stuff. Again, this is symptomatic of real material problems that they are dealing with, right? Nigel Farage talks a lot, and he's really on point of thinking about the big corporations have control of our society. And I'm like, yes, that's true. They do have control of our society, but that's because of capitalism. Like, that's a problem with capitalism. It's not because there's a secret cabal in the background. But liberal types who genuinely have a lot of belief in capitalism in its purest form, and kind of Smithian capitalism, see corporations taking over, and they can't put 2 and 2 together. So they can only think of it as a fifth column that is destroying the capitalism that they know and love. And then it just creates conspiracy theorists because they don't have their critique grounded in material analysis. This is where this conspiracy stuff comes from. And that's where loads of Reform UK voters come from. Regardless of whether or not Tyson Farage have got their personal messaging points down, random candidates, they're going to be saying this shit all over. I bet that's not the only kind of hustings where you've seen climate denial, COVID denial, and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I mean, this guy, I don't 100% know whether he actually believes what he's saying, if he's just reading from a script. I mean, this is another funny little anecdote with the guy. But he opens up the hustings with, I'm not like these politicians and activists. I'm a barrister. And I'm sat there thinking, mate, if you open up half the CVs of the people in Westminster, barrister's going to be somewhere on there. It's not as if this is an underrepresented group of people in Parliament, barristers.
Emily Thornberry.
It's both sides of it. It's half of them, isn't it? It's
Yeah.
mad that. But yes, this guy he's lives in Hong Kong, I think, as well, which is kind of wild to be playing the ultra nationalist role. But yeah, he's a barrister, marine barrister in Hong Kong or something. It's
very, very strange.
They're massively connected to grassroots people and struggle, aren't they?
Yeah, on the other side of the planet as well. Also, somebody's pointed out in chat that you sitting there with the big beard in front of a picture of Karl Marx, it's like that moment in Airplane where he's sitting in front of the picture of himself.
My wife put all these up behind me, and I didn't think that I'd be going on 20 streams, so I've got the Irish Declaration of Independence behind me. And
I love it. People in chat are really going mad for it, so...
Whereabouts is the chat? I am completely brand new to this.
Oh, so
something I can.
If you'd have to bring up my Twitch or YouTube stream to be able to see the chat. Actually, either of the streams would work because I've got the integrated chat coming through on the feed, but you have to mute it so you don't get me coming through twice.
I'll drag it up now.
Oh, Bradman's a barrister as well. Yeah, Darren Jones was too. Or is he solicitor? I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, I know there's more of them than ex-bus drivers. That's for definite.
Well, yeah. I mean, I think there was somebody did the numbers, and there's going to be most likely over 100 lobbyists in Parliament after the election. I mean, I obviously get mad for the internal stuff in Labour, and I think their policies are bad. But I don't know if you saw the story today. I think the story broke yesterday, but Daniela Gabor from UWE did a really good takedown of it in The Guardian, talking about Labour's plans to get BlackRock to rebuild Britain. Don't know if I know, just like going like PFIs on fucking steroids. Like, I'm genuinely scared about the kind of things that Labour are going to do to this country now. If they're just going to essentially sell off huge amounts of our critical infrastructure to massive private equity firms, and not just UK-based pension funds or banks or whatever, but like foreign ones, where we're essentially be selling off our own infrastructure to fund United States pension funds, like their 401ks. Like, we're just gonna have nothing left. Gonna have nothing left.
Yeah, it's PFI Mark II, isn't it? It's the same with the GB Energy thing, which they seem to be able to sell that it's actually going to address anyone's problems, where it's just more PFI for these big companies to come in and just carve out our economy. It's absolutely wild. There's going to be nothing transformative that's going to make any material difference to anyone in this country through this Labour government that's incoming.
Yeah, it's gonna be super miserable, isn't it? Oh god. I mean, yeah, it's the first time ever. Like, 14 years, my entire adult life, just been entirely under the Conservative Party, and we're finally getting rid of them, and I feel literally nothing. I feel nothing at all.
Same, mate. I've spent sort of the last decade campaigning like a lunatic to get rid of them, and now I'm like, but what we're replacing them with some of this. Just like I said last time, it's going to be the sort of thing that ushers in fascism. It's going to legitimise Farage and them sort of people, and there's not going to be. Well, hopefully there will be a left wing voice. Hopefully, people who are doing what I'm doing and stood on the same sort of platforms will build something that's just going to actually change politics over the long term. I think we've got too used to thinking we can change things overnight. It's going to take 10, 20 years, this project, but we can't give up.
Well, exactly, like, because I think that the base is there, right? Especially for people who are under 35, for example, who really bought into Jeremy Corbyn as leader of the Labour Party, and that obviously isn't going away, right? I mean, he might get elected, he might not do. I mean, I kind of don't care whether he gets elected, personally. I think he's yesterday's man. But as far as the movement that he started, that's what's important. I just kind of want him to win just because I don't want that fucking private healthcare guy in the Commons. Like, I care more about beating Praful Nagan than I do about Jeremy Corbyn winning any. But anyway, that's why I do hope, I don't think it's likely, that's why I hope that we have a smattering of independents, a smattering of Greens in Parliament, and we have a voice for people to be able to cling on to. And then, I don't know if there's some kind of broader kind of movement to coalesce around, but base building happens now. Any votes that we get for an independent candidate or for the Green Party in like a Labour stronghold now, like a strong second place, is exactly the same kind of base that we can then build for in 2029, for example, just like what Carla Denyer is doing to Thangham Debonair in Bristol now. That base was already there. All it took was for Labour to abandon that community for Thangham Debonair to start losing her seat. This is what's happened. This can happen in plenty more seats around the country, and again, the work starts now. It starts in organising in your trade unions, looking at your local elections, going to all of these, the collective effort that's needed to be able to have that in place. Because, the Boris Johnson government collapsed with an 80-seat majority. What's going to say Starmer's government can't collapse too?
Oh, absolutely. And I think the knives will be out much quicker than usual, because it's not even as if most of them there appear to be ideologically driven. Like you said, they're there for personal gain, and that the wheels fall off very quickly there. I've just seen someone throw a question in your thing there about why I went independent rather than joining another party. So I'll quickly answer that.
Yeah, go for it. Absolutely. If you find questions in chat, feel free to answer them.
Yeah, so there were conversations with the Greens. I sort of feel I've just left one party where I've been whipped within an inch of my life on my council seat, and I didn't want to do that again. I wanted just complete freedom, just to talk about the things that matter to me. I think the Green Manifesto's brilliant. There's stuff I would have included in there, which isn't maybe in there, but I think they've got a very, very broad coalition to keep together, so it's understandable. But
no, that makes sense. Yeah.
I just think where I am as well, especially a small coastal town in the northwest, I think being independent probably speaks more to people than sort of any political party. And I've noticed that messaging has really cut through, that I'm not going to be whipped by a leader in parliament. I'm going to be whipped by you, the people who elect me. But yeah, and I think I am far too reckless a politician to be kept in a party for too long. I can't really keep my mouth shut and say weird things.
I mean, that's people keep saying to me, why haven't you got into politics? I'm just like, look, my digital footprint is fucked. If anyone starts digging through like old streams, old tweets, old Facebook posts, like there's no way that I can hold together some kind of level of support within a political party. So like I get it. I get it. I mean, we'll see how it ends up. And I think that, yeah, when you represent a party, there's always a kind of ceiling as to some people who will hate you because of the brand that represents. And if you're genuinely somebody who's rooted in a specific community who will vote for you, you can always be able to broach that. It's just having access to the party platform to be able to campaign. So there's a double-edged sword there at the very least.
Yeah, it's been really weird. After one of the hustings, I mean, I don't hide my politics. I mean, for anyone on the stream, like don't hide where my politics are. It's written all over my skin. But a guy come over to me and said, I'm just going to sound weird, but you've not got my vote. But I really, really appreciate what you're saying. It really resonated with me, but I'm voting Reform. And I'm like, how do you go from Reform to past all the other parties to the other side of them? To me, and I think it is just that independent thing and being local and rooted here and actually understanding the town.
Well, people know you because they get on the bus and see you, right? That's something big that we lose. We've lost this in politics. We've totally lost this in politics, right? It's why it absolutely you made me fucking mad on Twitter, people going, oh, look at Theresa May ringing people's doorbells. Well, Miss Hostile Environment. That's not the kind of representation that we need in politics. We need people who are rooted in their local communities all day, not just when they need people's votes.
Absolutely. 100%. I mean, it's been a few years since I've drove a bus now, and to be honest, the last year or so I didn't do much driving. Then it was mainly trade union stuff. But yeah, absolutely. And when I teach trade union reps now for those who haven't seen it before, I tell my reps on every course. Most people aren't engaged in politics at all. I tell them we need more people like you in politics, in filling these seats on councils and in government. I would trust every one of them much, much faster than most of the people filling Westminster at the moment. These are people who go out and represent their workers every day. Workers put their trust in them. I mean, that's still to this day. I've stood in elections and internal Labour Party stuff, external Labour Party stuff, and councils and stuff. Sat on the regional executive Labour Party for a bit. The proudest I've ever been still getting elected by the workers who elected me, where there's like a pool of 150 people. Because they all know me, they all actually spend their days with me. They're people who are putting their trust in me to save the job at some point, potentially, make sure they get proper pay rises, make sure health and safety is sorted. And that's something that I don't think most MPs will ever experience. And I also think it's just a natural step. That should be, if the Labour Party I was designing from scratch, it would be you had to have represented workers at some point before you take that step and do it in Parliament. You should have done it on a shop floor.
It's why it's absolutely fucking. It made me furious, so angry with Labour. Like the one person who I really wanted to be a Labour candidate was Lauren Townsend over in Milton Keynes North, I think it was, and the fact that she got stopped from standing, I'm just like, no, it's fucking over. It's totally fucking over at this point. Somebody she's not like massively left wing. She's been a Labour Party stalwart, and she's someone who's literally organised her own workplace. Right? She's done the job. She's walked the walk and talked the talk, and as somebody who's dedicated to the Labour Party brand, and they fuck her over, and I'm like, no, it's over. This is completely over.
Absolutely. So Lauren, I don't know if we talked about it last time. Me and Lauren both came for Unite's political strategy at the same time. I'm good friends with
really?
Lauren. This picture behind me there in the middle is actually Lauren bought me that for my birthday a couple of years ago.
Really? That's so cool.
Yeah. So yeah, me and obviously she got blocked first. And when Lauren that happened to her, I kind of thought I'm definitely fucked here, because Lauren's sort of what I would say is almost the perfect candidate. Like you said, organised the workplace. We were on strike at the same time as well. So when she was out with TGI Fridays, I had our bus drivers out in the Northwest. Yeah, David in the chat there, you're absolutely right. A lot of trade union reps are just degenerates. 100. But yeah, Lauren's sort of, I described her as the best of us who came through that side. She's a nice, genuine person and loyal to the party, like to a fault, in my opinion now. But Lauren's like cares about people, and that's why she's not sort of left, because she thinks she can make a difference in Milton Keynes and probably can. But it's there's a lot of good people who no one's heard of who've been done in by the Labour Party.
Yeah, exactly. And the fact that what makes it even worse is she's been replaced by some fucking polling insider from Opinion or whatever it was. And I'm just like, this is just how kind of ruthlessly corporate this party is now. It represents nobody but the very, very narrow vested interests who fill its coffers. And I just don't want anything to do with it. Nothing to do with it at all. And now that we've got all of the stuff they've said about their plans for the economy, I'm just like, and it has to go. Like, it cannot be given this gigantic majority to be able to give it this perceived legitimacy.
I 100% agree. And you lose that sort of diversity of thought in the party. Where are the policies going to come from? Where's the people who've actually experienced struggle? How is anyone going to make the argument to maybe lift the two-child benefit cap when no one in there has actually struggled feeding the kids and keeping the lights on and things like that? It's just farce. It is absolute farce, and it will fall to pieces very quickly, because I think I've heard someone else say, it might be on Navarra, that Starmer's going to be the most hated prime minister on day one, and
James Schneider.
Yeah,
he will be. He absolutely will be. There was a poll that was released today showing that the biggest reason, almost half of people voting for Labour said the reason they were voting was because they wanted the Tories out. And like people who want it for policies, 5%. And his approval rating is super low as well. Like people don't like the man.
I mean, he's the luckiest Labour Party leader in history. He's just the wheels have completely fallen off the Conservatives, and they've completely torn each other to pieces at exactly the right moment. James put in his chat there as well about boomers struggling to break with it and reforms easier to go with. I disagree. I don't think that reform vote is purely based in older people.
No,
I think there is. Farage is very, very good on social media and utilising TikTok and stuff like that. I'll be honest, most of the people out doing graft with me are people in that generation. That's been the core of my sort of campaign team, 40 years and over. I mean, I can't even get our 16-year-old out leafleting for me. That's how brutal it is. Although he's definitely not on the right.
I mean, again, it's just tapping into disaffection with the status quo at the end of the day, right? That's what it's there for. And whilst that's my biggest problem with the Greens is the fact that the fact they have to stretch this broad coalition. The manifesto can be as good as it is, but unless they have a broad message that is more based in class consciousness than just we can envisage a better society, because of course every single party says they can envisage a better society, but it's got to be an iconoclastic message, and that's not what they're doing. It's not what they're doing. This is why my big hope, because I mean, as much as I like the Greens and I want them to do well, my biggest hope is that there is a broad left party to be able to tap into that has an anti-establishment message at its core, that it can be. Again, I said, like, the best way of describing it is iconoclastic. It's the only way of being able to shift the dial, rather than just working within the parameters of what we've been handed down already.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just crazy. I'd see it in the chat as well, like Starmer's approval rate and stuff. Yeah, absolutely. It's just, like I said, he's just the luckiest. Imagine if we'd have had this Tory party now in 2017 would have been in government for decades, and reform wouldn't have even been a thing. I'm 90% sure if we'd have won that 2017 election with a decent majority, we could have undone a lot of damage done to this country.
Oh yeah, being able to do the borrowing to invest when bond yields and interest rates were basically at zero, at least for 3 years before the pandemic started. That would have changed the country. It would have changed the political consensus, changed the political zeitgeist, built a gigantic democratic, broad base for a Labour movement that we would not seen since Harold Wilson, essentially. And the fact that essentially the only reason that we're not in this position is wreckers internally in the party, it's blackpilling is really what it is. But I am absolutely not going to let that stop me from advocating for a better world in through a different channel.
Yeah, absolutely. And we talked about the broad left and hope something coming out there. I mean, the collective, the grouping of independents that have been sort of working together and supporting each other, I do have a lot of hope that this will form into a party at some point. What that looks like, who knows? But I do feel like there needs to be, if we don't do something on the left that's meaningful, the fascists will absolutely just fill that void, and people like Farage and stuff will make hay. I saw it again in the chat there, people talking about young lads especially looking at reform and that sort of reactionary politics. I don't really blame them. It
Nope,
is an
me neither.
absolute failing of the left of not being able to coherently talk about people's material position and what we can do that has let them down. It's the left's been far too busy. I mean, sort of before Corbyn managed to unify us for a few years. But the last problem is we just tear each other's throats out rather than getting a broad consensus and saying, okay, let's have them arguments behind the scenes rather than just trying to murder each other over which minutia of policy or how we get there is implemented.
Yeah, I agree. Like, yeah, and I think the big thing that's missing, is that, especially for young lads, is it's being a member of a trade union. Like, I hate to just be like incredibly leftoid pilled on this, but just if we had these people rooted in community, I think broadly across young people in this country, regardless of gender, but young people are crying out for community. They're crying out for a social contract, right? They're crying out for anything other than the kind of world that we're living in at the moment where there isn't any hope. And in the absence of the community that a trade union gives you, what a council estate gives you, right? The lack of council housing is obviously massively to blame for this too. There's no community that's being given to them, so their only option is to fight within the system that we've got, which is that's catnip for the Gary V's of this world, the Andrew Tates of this world, to sell them on, well, actually, if you're living in an individualist world, your only option is to fight as an individual, and therefore to completely abandon all collectivism and to buy into this kind of Randian libertarian narrative. And this is why I think that they're turning towards reform. And again, women and young women are more unionized now. The only group in society that's trending upward in trade union membership is women. And they're being sold. I mean, they've got the sorts of good stuff that Labour are giving them, things like the social care, fair pay agreement, lots of things in terms of paid childcare, which is great and we need it. But if we don't have a voice that can be given to young men collectively to fight collectively for something better, that's a generation that will lose and they won't come back.
Absolutely. And yeah, the trade unions are absolutely the key to this. So I have done a lot of work with the National Veterinary Branch of Unite, the Veterinary Union branch. They've got recognition for the first time in one of the workplaces in South Wales. And I mean, this is obviously a sector which is heavily dominated by women, but the pay gap is about 40% in most workplaces, which is absolutely staggering. And I think we did some research just going through, putting some comms together. Out of every pound in bonuses paid, 89 pence that goes to a man. Again, in a sector which is dominated by women, how are people not absolutely up in arms on this? But yeah, Value Vets in South Wales, I'll give them a quick shout out as well because it might be worth people going up and look at what they're doing. But they had the first negotiations ever. They didn't get anywhere. The managers there offered about 1% or something ridiculous. And then at the end of it, I think because they've never negotiated with a union before, just thought, oh, well, okay, we didn't get there. Come back in a year's time. We'll see if we can go again. Or instead, what they've got is the balloted, rejected the payoff by 100% rejection with a high 90% turnout. and then we balloted consultatively on strike. I say we, I feel very, very invested in this now, but they balloted to strike. That was 98% in favour of strike, and then done the postal ballot to jump through the Tories' legal hoops, and that's returned again high 90% to strike, high 90% turnout, which any sector in the economy, with well organised sector, would be absolutely astounded with, be made up with. And it shows that there is growth in the union, but it's not where people would think in historically well organised places. Because these people, I love working with sectors in hospitality, the vets, stuff like that, because they're not stuck in them old grooves of how trade unions used to operate, and they can operate outside of that using social media and different ways of doing comms and speaking about things and actually addressing people's concerns now in the language people understand. So yeah, you're right, and the trade union there in that sector has grown massively over the last 2 years. I think gone from 200 members nationally to about 1,400 now.
That's wild. That's really good. I think somebody in chat, a couple of good points made in chat about this is just that, first of all, Labour have abandoned saying that workers' rights can be good for young people. They've abandoned young people. The nature of how our electoral system works means that, for better, for worse, definitely for worse, but obviously for the sake of winning, Labour have abandoned, the votes of people who aren't in their 50s, 60s, 70s, because that's the big cohort that you need to win over. And so they're going more on kind of the immigration and cultural stuff rather than talk about the basics of, the world of work and the people who do all of the productive labour in this country. And second of all, somebody mentioned that young men need a collective identity, or they're searching for a collective identity to join, and trade unionism can help us focus that towards a goal of better wages for everybody. Although I guess actually, one thing I would say is that the current polling that we have shows that the biggest kind of sector of reform voters we have amongst young people is actually the younger generation. It's the generation below Gen Z. So 16, 17-year-olds are the ones who have the highest support for reform amongst young men. But I have a feeling that once they start getting real jobs and they start having to get into the world of work, we will see a drift leftwards. But that won't happen if we don't create the conditions for them to be able to find a movement to join, if you see what I mean.
Absolutely. Most people got their political education through the trade unions back in the 50s, 60s, 70s. She absolutely knew what she was doing when she went to war with them. If you remove that sort of class consciousness from people, then it makes it very easy to divide people up. Someone else has mentioned that the working class as an identity has lost its pride or value. I think in some parts of the country, absolutely. I've got the words working class tattooed on my arm as well. I'm very proud of my background and my position in society. But someone else has said working class doesn't exist. But yeah, it is. We've got to define ourselves on whether we have to go to work and sell our labour, or we own stuff, and that's the only thing that should divide us. Whether we earn our living through just owning things and generating money off exploiting other people, whether that be through landlordism or exploitative labour practices, or whether we've got to sell our money, sell our time for money to keep a roof over our heads.
Exactly. I made this point when I was talking with Curtis the other day. I made this explicit point. It was just right. Working class as a British identity, in the social class sense of the word, that's gone. That's completely gone out of the new generations coming through, especially since we hollowed out in the industrial base in the Thatcher and Blair years. We just have an entire sector of society where most people just work in the service sector. Whether that's in high-paying or low-paying jobs, this class distinction between kind of blue-collar and white-collar, that doesn't exist for the new generations. So we have to, rather than making things be about other kind of social, cultural issues, which tend to be how they divide themselves now, we have to teach them Marxism. We have to teach them the difference between those who sell their labour for a wage and those who own the means of production, and foment that distinction, that explicit material base of class distinction in these people's heads, so that that's how they view the value of what their role is in society. And that's how we create community and how we build people who engage with politics through materialism rather than through anything else.
Yeah, and I think people think that would turn people off. I've just spent the last 5 weeks wandering around at hustings talking about worker ownership and common ownership of the things, and no one's found any problem with that. I'm just simplifying the language of Marx. It's not upset anyone. I've not had him screaming at me I'm a communist.
Yeah, Gary Stevenson, the economist, he does this too. As he essentially talks in explicitly Marxist terms without using any Marxist terminology. I see that's exactly how, and the worker ownership is a really good way of talking about that. I literally had a member of a conversation when I worked in a call center. Yes, I think she must have been in her late 50s. She was this woman called Susan, and we're just having this discussion. She was like, I don't know what communism is. I don't know what communism is. And I think my friend walked in wearing a Karl Marx t-shirt. And I just said, right, well, if you without for woods to become a chair, somebody has to apply labour to that. But if you get paid less than the amount of appreciation and value between the wood and the chair, someone else has your money. And she instantly understood that. She instantly understood what I meant when I said that.
I do exactly the same on some of our trade union courses. I ask them what profit is, and they all come out with the usual, it's money left over. I'm like, nah, it's the money they've stolen from you.
Exactly, 100%.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Because, and ownership's everything. If we own things, we're going to be in a much less precarious position. We're going to see a greater share of the wealth. We're probably not going to be getting disciplined for being ill. We're probably going to have better work-life balance. We're probably not going to force ourselves into work as much. If sort of new technology comes in, we're probably not going to make half our mates redundant. We're probably going to look at let's work half the time. If we don't need half the people, let's just cut the hours we work and keep the same wages. It's absolutely key to the future. With AI and automation stuff, again, it's another thing I speak about a lot on the courses we teach. I ask people, is it a good or bad thing? And I think inherently most people tend towards, it's bad, it's going to cost jobs. It's just technology. It's neither positive or negative. It's who owns it and how it's applied is where the problems come in. So if we own this stuff, then it absolutely will have the outcomes that we were all promised hundreds of years ago, with more leisure time, and we'll work half a day and mess around in the afternoons or whatever. I think when people understand that and see that as a positive, people still see it as idealistic, because since at least 79 and probably before a bit, we've known nothing but this rampant neoliberalism, which is just exploiting us and sapping all hope out of us.
Absolutely. I don't know if you saw what I reported on the other day. In Greece, they're moving to a 6-day work week in some sectors because they just elected fucking right-wing individualistic people who see, the increasing of the size of the economy as the only social goal. And I'm just like, I live in hell. This is the future that we're looking at.
Absolutely. I see Wes' point in the chat there about automation being inherently bad. I agree. If capital's allowed to own this stuff, it absolutely will be bad for us, because they will use it to drive us out, exploit us. But there comes a tipping point where there's no one working, there's no one left to buy the shit they produce, and it all falls to pieces anyway. So I think ownership, if we own this stuff again, it will be good for us.
Oh yeah, like a capitalist ownership of automation is going to really accelerate the tendency of rate of profit to fall, isn't it?
Absolutely.
What happens to universal basic income? Well, we won't need universal basic income if we have collective ownership, because people will not need any extra, because there'll be no surplus going to people who don't work. And on top of that, under this collective system, under a socialist economy, like a market socialist economy at the very least, there'll be no incentive to not want to care for the less fortunate, because they'll be part of our communities, right?
Absolutely. I'm a massive fan of the Mondragon model over in the Basque region, of just that. Them 10 principles just seem so solid to me, and I can't find an argument against them. I know there's some iffy relationship with the trade union in there, which makes sense when you've got democracy.
It's the contract workers that they use who don't get full membership rights that I have a problem with. But that's a problem with, I think, with bloat, because they don't have any real competition in that kind of level of cooperative ownership, because they're so big. The bloat has led to an in-group and an out-group, which would be better if we had more competition between cooperatives. The argument I always use is the Emilia-Romagna region in Italy, which is the richest region in Italy, has got the highest standard of living and the highest wages, and that's because they have a gigantic amount of cooperative ownership. All these car factories, even in like luxury goods factories, for example, the profits from all of that luxury shit that's being taken from rich people is being given to the people who own the workers who own all of those factories over there. And of course Italy's always had a long history of strong cooperative ownership, like with the Marcora law and things like that have built. And I think the Marcora law is exactly what we need in a world where in a country where we're going to have, once, hopefully if the NHS gets fixed, we'll have loads of people who'll be looking for work rather than having to throw away a huge amount of state benefits on people, trying to get people back into work through trying to find some kind of bargain basement employer for them to work for, saying, no, look, here's a lump sum of benefits with other people who need to look for new work now that you're not off sick anymore. Build something together, build a cooperative company, and let's have community wealth building that way. Which obviously is not going to get that from Labour.
No, I was going to say we're hoping West Streeting is going to fix the NHS. We'll be waiting quite some time, I imagine.
That's so miserable.
It's just, I mean, I can't imagine Prime Minister's questions every week and just the absolute boredom that's gonna. If nothing else, we're gonna have 5 years of absolute nonsense and managerial speak.
Yeah, we will do. I don't know if you saw this one as well. This also broke today. Apparently there's a plan for the Labour to adopt free ports and special economic zones to get like Liz Truss style like growth really quickly. Like, so they're going for the Dengist vote now, are they?
It's that to me is again absolutely wild. Why are we chasing the idea of? The thing is, the argument that it'll bring jobs and stuff. The only jobs it brings in is warehousing, which tends to be low paid and just exploited groups of workers. All you're doing there is making it more difficult for trade unions to organise in them warehouses and the logistics companies. You're going to drive crime up because crime follows free ports everywhere. So if we're going to be tough on crime, you're going to need a lot more police than he's pretending he's going to employ.
Literally turning into fucking Singapore on Thames. Oh my god. Oh, this is so miserable.
Yeah, I mean, we've got a free port in the borough I'm a councillor. There's free port zones going in the city region, Liverpool city region. And sort of I was a massive opponent of it from the beginning because I'm a trade unionist. It's sort of the antithesis of everything we should be about. I mean, free trade, it's just, it's a way for the big employers to exploit it. And like that 135% money back from what you invest is mad. We're paying companies even more taxpayer. It is just socialism for corporations and get to fuck the rest of you. It's absolutely mad.
Yeah. Oh yeah. The next 5 years of Labour government are going to fucking catastrophe. It's going to be terrible for the country. Again, as I said, as long as we've got a movement there to pick up the pieces, then that's what's important. We've got to start building that movement now. You got much plans for election night?
I'll be at the camp floating around, just trying to wind people up as usual. I do it every council election, just float around, and I do my old game of trying to pretend every sport ballots for me and all that sort of stuff just to annoy people.
Love to see it. Do you want to? Obviously, we've gone for an hour now, so I probably want to do some more content. But you want to give people a shout out, your socials, your campaign website, and all the information about how to help out the campaign on election day if they're in Southport.
Absolutely. So my Twitter account is X now at Halsall Sean. My campaign website is seanhalsallforsouthport.uk. And if you want to get in touch with how to help out, my phone number's on there. I mean, that's probably asking for an absolute catastrophe now, but just drop us a message or message through the website, and there'll be leaflets to get out. I'm only going to go till about midday. I've not got enough data to actually go knock people up at this point. Obviously, from a standing start 5 weeks ago, it's been absolute murder. But we've got about 30,000 leaflets out so far, plus the 50,000 Royal Mail ones, and a massive social media campaign.
Amazing.
So, yeah.
Perfect. Well, thank you very much for coming on. Been a really enlightening chat, as always it is when you come on the stream. Really appreciate it, and chat's loved you as well, as you've seen. So good luck for tomorrow. Fingers crossed for you, mate.
Thank you for all the support you've given me throughout the campaign, sharing stuff on socials. It's meant a lot. Obviously, coming from nowhere, it's been a bit of a game changer.
It's not a problem. Honestly, I said you're exactly the kind of person who really should be in politics. And when I heard about what happened to you in Labour, it was again, it made me mad in the same way that Lauren Townsend did. So anything to help out it's the least I can do.
Just before I go on that, I mean, I feel myself lucky now that that did happen to me in Labour, because once it had got to November, I would have been in a very, very difficult position with what I'd have done and being a candidate. I would have liked to think I'd have done the same thing and been principled, but who knows when in that position. I'm honest enough to realise not everyone is going to make them decisions. But thank you again, and thank you to everyone in the chat. I appreciate it massively. It's been super humbling, this experience.
No worries. Well, take care and good luck for tomorrow. Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Always love talking with Sean. He's a good egg. Should be an interesting night. And also loads of really interesting clips for TikTok to try and get people over on that kind of trade unionism, which should be really interesting. Like, I want to promote Sean. I should have been trying to clip out some of the stuff from Shaman and Sean from the interviews I did before to get on TikTok, but it's too late now, I guess. No, the beard is glorious. The beard is absolutely glorious, for sure. Especially with the airplane moment with the Karl Marx picture in the background. It's perfect. Yeah, we need more people like Sean, more people in politics, more people in local politics, much more people involved in activism, absolutely. Yeah, I will definitely be trying to get Sean on regularly, see if he's happy to maybe come in on Friday, see what he's up to. Right, let's have a look at the YouGov prediction for the election. Oh, silence. Funny how journalism started to occur the day before the election. Let's have a look. What's this? Yeah, we go, absolutely. Again, they finally noticed about Boris Johnson now that the Corbyn threat had gone. So the Tories are on course to lose the election very, very heavily. YouGov have just released a final poll with a bunch of different predictions about how the election is going to go, with tolerance thresholds, with upper and lower bounds of the number of seats available, and a certain amount of data into how people might vote, and how first past the post is an incredibly silly system. This was done for Sky, and Sky have got their report on here, which you can watch right now.
Here we are. It's the moment. It's time now for Sky News' third and final poll-based projection by YouGov of this election campaign. And I don't want to delay any longer, because we can now reveal that based on this data, here we go, Labour is on course for a landslide majority tomorrow, with a majority of, get this, 212 seats. Now, that would be the biggest majority for any single party since 1832. It would break a series of electoral records. So that there, the 212 seats, that's the main headline, but there is loads more data that is being released right now that our Deputy Political Editor, Sam Coates, has been going through all the data. You can take us through the key headlines, because, Sam, that is the number that the Conservatives did not want to see on the eve of polling day.
That's right, Sophie. This is it. 212 seats majority. That is the projection that YouGov are making about Thursday's general election. And as Sophie says, we are on course to break so many records if this projection turns out to be anything like the result that we get on Friday morning when the votes have been counted. It's bigger, this majority, than anything we've seen in this century and in the last century. You have to go back to to the 19th century to see anything like this before. And that number suggests that Rishi Sunak's gamble has failed. The supermajority argument has failed. Look at the history here. You have to go back to 18.
And again, it's funny, they keep saying, don't vote Labour, you'll give them a supermajority and the Conservative Party will get wiped out. And most people are just like, yeah, we want you to get wiped out. Thanks for telling us to vote Labour, guys. It's quite funny to me. I actually think the majority probably will be larger than this.
1932, when there was a majority of 224. The Conservatives weren't even in existence. You had the Whig Party and the Prime Minister was the Earl Grey. Look at more recent comparisons. This is where...
I hope people bother voting. Your worst nightmare is Labour voters think it's a shoo-in and don't go out and vote. I mean, if Labour voters think it's a shoo-in and don't go out and vote, that's Labour's fault for not having a positive message for people to be able to adopt to get them to Pokemon Go to the polls, right? If they're relying on voter apathy and voters' hatred of the Conservative Party to get people out to vote, rather than some kind of positive message that people are buying into, that's Labour's fault for doing that.
This projected majority would fit Keir Starmer in 2024 with 212. Now look at more recent precedents. Exactly 100 years ago, there was a Conservative majority under Stanley Baldwin of 210. The massive Blair majorities, really, these are the majorities, huge landslide majorities of our lifetime, Sophie, 179, 167 in 1997 and 2001. Nothing like the 212 that we could see on Friday morning, and then one in 1895 of 153. So you can see the scale of the majority compared to history when it comes to comparing it against single-party victories in elections. Let's go through the numbers in some detail. Right, let's look at the next slide. Now, it's important to say this is a projection. And with any projection, particularly importantly on the one on the eve of a poll, there's a range of uncertainty. There's a margin of error. So the projection, central projection, is 212 seats for the majority. That could be, it could, under these numbers, with this margin of error, mean a majority of something as large as 282 seats, which would be extraordinary. But it could mean a majority as little as 132 seats. Now, I say the words as little as. That is still a stonking majority that would give Sir Keir Starmer complete command of the House of Commons and seemed unimaginable in 2020 when he became leader. I
mean, the fact that they're essentially at the point where the best they can hope for is a Blair-style landslide if you're a Conservative. And if you're a Conservative Party, the worst thing you're looking at is complete wipeout, which is what 282 represents. Like, an upper projection of 282 seats, that essentially means the Conservative Party on basically nothing. And with 89 toss-up seats that we've got going here, seats where I think it's a 5% between the two parties at the top, and if they've not factored in tactical voting into their projections in terms of the demographics, how they span out because of MRP, this is fundamentally an incredibly real prospect. This is fundamentally not off the table in the slightest. Like, there's a reason it's an upper projection and not something that feasibly could happen in like a once in a blue moon. Like, this is a projection that could happen based upon current MRP polling. Like, 89 toss-up seats with a concerted anti-Tory tactical vote, that could spell wipeout in the Liberal Democrats in the opposition.
Has to be said that there are about 89 seats that are very close to call. So bear that in mind. There is quite a lot of uncertainty in this projection, but all of it, even the least optimistic end for Labour, is a pretty good result for Keir Starmer and a disaster for that man there, Rishi Sunak. Right, let's look at the next slide. And this tells you what the House of Commons is going to look like. And I have to say, there are lots more records being broken. Labour would be on 431 seats. That's the biggest in their history. It's up 202 since Boris Johnson and Jeremy Corbyn fought out the 2019 general election. Let's look at another record being broken. This man, Rishi Sunak, will have taken the Conservatives down to 102 seats. Again, that is the lowest on record, below the previous, quite considerably below the previous Tory low, which came when John Major fought the 1997 election. And look, they've lost 263 seats compared to 2019 when Boris Johnson and Jeremy Corbyn fought that election. Pretty bad night. For John Swinney of the SNP, they would go down to 18 seats, which is down 30 from 2019.
Also worth pointing out, with any of these kind of extrapolated polls across both England, Wales and Scotland, it's really difficult to be able to
I'm literally a communist.
properly predict how the Scotland vote will go. I still think we're probably likely to have around 20 to 25 seats for the SNP, but we shall see, we shall see. And also, like, predicting this 2 seats, I'm assuming this is Bristol Central and Brighton Pavilion. The issue, of course, is that doesn't take into account, like, the gigantic tactical vote in Waveney Valley and North Herefordshire, so...
Look at this, a new high for the Greens. They double their seats to 2, up 1 from 2019. Let me give you some more records. Look at this. One of the big faces of the campaign, Sir Edward Davey, and wow, up 61 seats to 72. That is, by my reckoning, about double the wildest dreams of this man last September when he held his party conference. So an incredible result for Ed Davey. Lots of nerves in the Lib Dems about this figure, but clearly YouGov doubling down, and they think an incredible night for the Lib Dems. It would easily take them back to being the 3rd biggest party in British politics. And this man, another person who has been a face of the campaign, Nigel Farage. Now, he would get 3 seats, and that would mean Nigel Farage being elected, it would mean Richard Tice being elected, and it would mean the Great Yarmouth seat going to Reform. It's a new party. It's hard for new parties to make.
Interesting they're not predicting Lee Anderson to win in Ashfield. Very interesting they're not doing. Yeah, Britain elects have also got North Herefordshire, going green. So it will be interesting to see that they've not predicted Ashfield to go for Lee Anderson. I do hope that it goes to Jason Zadrozny. Like, that's who I am absolutely clinging on for, that Jason Zadrozny wins in Ashfield. Not just for the memes, I actually think he's a really nice guy.
Any progress at all. So he will be pretty pleased just winning his Clacton seat. Right, let's look at some of the numbers that underlie this. And here they are. In fact, this is the range. This is the uncertainty that I was talking about, except in terms of seats. So Keir Starmer could have 466 seats at the upper end, 391 at the lower. And look at this.
Like, he beats Boris Johnson on the lower bound. Like, this is higher than Boris Johnson on the lower bound number of seats. It's crazy. And if you can see, like, the lower projection from the Tories probably has to go hand in hand with this higher projection of the Liberal Democrats, making the idea of the Lib Dems in opposition absolutely on the cards.
Worst end of the projection, within the margin of error of YouGov's projection, the Tories under Rishi Sunak could get down into double digits, 78 seats. So you can see just how much uncertainty there is, but it could be even worse than we're saying. The SNP could go down to 8, could be as high as 34. You can see the Greens getting up to 4 seats. Let's just look over the other side so we can see how they do. Ed Davey could be as high as 87, could be as low as 57. Either way, that's record-breaking for that man. Nigel Farage between 0 and 14, although 3 seats is their central projection. Right, let's look at the next slide, and you can see some of the impacts of the campaign. Now,
literally, to be fair, after most of the Russiagate stuff ended up being nonsense, it's very funny that there literally is somebody who was really genuinely impugned in Russiagate is now going to be the VP. That's quite funny.
We've done these polling projections for you all the way through the campaign in order to find out how the campaign has changed the way that people have voted. Because Rishi Sunak took a gamble. Early election. Has it worked? I mean, goodness, look at this. This is the number of seats that the Conservatives have dropped just in the course of this election, 38. Labour have gone up 9. The Lib Dems have done very well. They've got up 24. SNP up 1 and Reform up 3. So those are the changes since the start of the election campaign. And you can see basically this election campaign with D-Day, with the gambling scandal, has been a disaster for Rishi Sunak. Right, let's look at the next slide. And here it comes. There you have the opening conclusions. You have the highest number of seats for the Conservatives since records begun, for the Labour since records begun. The lowest number of seats for the Conservatives since records begun. 212 majority is the central projection by YouGov for Thursday's general election. You have to go back into the 19th century to the Great Reform Act in order to find anything as big as that. And I just want to give you one more little bit of data before we pause. Look at this. All of that majority, that incredible record-breaking feat for the Labour Party is all happening on the Labour Party coming in at under 40% of the vote.
So fewer votes than they got in 2017. They've just drastically changed their electoral efficiency. Although you'd expect if they got if they got the same percentage of the vote that they had in 2017 against Theresa May, but Reform UK were doing the same things that they were doing in that period, then Jeremy Corbyn would have still won, like, even on the same percentage of the vote, right? So he's still a beneficiary here of a right-wing vote split. Like, if these two parties were united, it'd be on 37 between Tory and Reform, which would only be a 2-point difference, which would be a hung parliament, although you'd still probably expect Keir Starmer to be Prime Minister in coalition with the Lib Dems and things like that.
Votes. There you can see they do have an advantage over the Conservatives. Conservatives actually have clawed back a tiny bit since the start of the campaign. They're on 22%. But that is really...
I don't think... Oh, why's that moved? I don't think the Tories are going to breach 20%. I really don't. I think that the Tories will end up being on 19% potentially. It's been flitting between 15 and 25 between the polls. I think it'll be on the lower end of that.
Fascinating. The main parties, actually the proportion of people voting for them is right down, and you do have effectively people voting in all the right places in order to give Labour that incredible number of seats, and that is some of the maths underlying this election. And I just will give you one more thing. Look at this. Remember, Ed Davey has seats in the 60s.
This is what happens with tactical voting. All pollsters have said it's throwing off their calculations with the Labour voters in the South lending to Liberal Democrats and the Greens. Well, exactly. And also shows why, like, in most constituencies, like, tactical voting just isn't worth it. There are plenty of constituencies that other people are already winning for you. Like, you don't need to go out there and vote for the Labour Party. In so many constituencies, they're going to be super safe. Like, probably 80% of the Labour constituencies they're winning by a handsome margin. There's just no reason, if you're somebody who's actually progressive, to vote Labour.
Nigel Farage has 3, yet only 12% of the vote is going to Liberal Democrats and 15% of the vote is going to Reform. And that means that the quirks of our electoral system, first past the post, doesn't mean that the proportion of people that vote turns out in the proportion of seats that you get. It's a quirk system. Both these men actually want to change it. But you can see it's an unusual election. It'll confound political scientists. And YouGov are calling the House of Commons as a decisive majority for this man based on these numbers that don't actually show the Labour Party with that high a share of the vote.
Well, I'll be talking to YouGov in just a moment, who are really, I guess, kind of sticking their neck out with these projections. But a couple of things, Sam. I guess my first thought on this, extraordinary results. It's been quite consistent for Labour throughout this election campaign, and that, I guess, is going to concern the Conservative Party, who are going to be looking for, the only poll that matters is the one that happens on polling day. But the leads have been very consistent. The MRP projections, which feel quite new and fresh for this election cycle, have been pretty consistent in projecting these huge, stonking Labour majorities.
That's right. The Conservatives have tried tactic after tactic after tactic to shake things up. There were big, bold promises in the manifesto in order to try and attract people back to the Tories, like national service and all sorts of tax breaks. They have tried to make people nervous about the impact of a Labour government. You'll notice all of the most recent warnings that President Putin in Russia might favour a Labour victory. There are warnings over tax, that in the end taxes will go up under a Labour government. None of them have made a difference. Labour have run a very cautious campaign by contrast, and you saw their numbers go up and the Tory numbers drop right down.
Now, I'm very aware that we've been throwing an awful lot of numbers at you, so I just want to throw you a few headlines, just kind of recap, if you like, to take a breath and to show the central messages from this MRP. So, as Sam has just been explaining, we are predicting through YouGov the biggest single-party majority since 1832, which that wasn't before the Conservative Party.
That our elections bring the word stonky into the news media is unforgivable. True. Yeah, very close to seeing the Tories wiped out for a very long time. Should be interesting to see at the very least. But it is weird. It is weird going to the polls and not just slamming the pen down on Labour. Like, I remember doing so in 2019 and feeling... I didn't feel hopeful in 2019. I'm pretty sure that Labour weren't going to do very well, but I still remember having like this full force of belief in me wanting to vote Labour in 2019, and not doing that in 2024 feels so fucking weird. Although I feel super hyped. I feel really hyped about voting for the Green Party. Again, I know this don't really mean much on my end, but actually finding someone... a party that I feel confident in voting for with a platform that I believe in. Yeah, honestly, I'm going to feel really good voting Green come tomorrow.
Even existed, just to put that in context. Labour expected to have a whopping 431 seats, the highest total ever under Keir Starmer. The Conservatives would be collapsing in this projection to their worst ever result, even worse than 1997. 16 cabinet ministers defeated, including Jeremy Hunt and Grant Shapps as well. One quick thought from you, Sam, because I do want to bring in YouGov's Patrick English. It feels to me like the Conservatives, I don't know what you think, are becoming increasingly jittery towards the end of this campaign about what is happening with the Lib Dems. It feels like losing seats to Labour was slightly baked in, but it's the kind of seats in the Blue Wall and the South West that could kind of tip this into one of their worst ever results.
The Conservatives always knew that Labour was going to run a cautious campaign, but I think what has shocked them.
Getting the Greens closer to winning back deposits is a statement worth making, and beneath winning things like short money and coming second in more seats. Every seat the Greens come second in next time is the next time when all these tactical voting people will say things like, oh, well, you can vote Green or Labour in this seat to be able to justify it, right? By coming second in a seat, it builds a base people voting in future. Like, it could come a by-election happens with Greens already in second place, then makes it easy to campaign and with all of the activists. So, like, every single vote for the Greens is worth something. It's not worth nothing, even if the candidate doesn't win.
Has been both what the Liberal Democrats have done, Ed Davey over there, not on the water slide this time, and also reform. The big gamble by going early was to wrong-foot reform. Well, reform looked under these results to have wrong-footed the Tories and the Liberal Democrats. Well, I've heard Tory campaign figures saying, look, he's done a good job. He's done a good job of catching people's eyes, catching a voting eye, and having simple, single messages about social care, NHS and reform. And that has all drained support yet further away from an election where the single driving factor appears to be, Sophie, people wanting to get rid of the Tories in enormous numbers in whatever way they can to give you that 212 majority for Labour.
We're going to have more from Sam later, but just to kind of...
Well, Penny Mordaunt is absolutely toast. Penny Mordaunt there's no way Mordaunt wins her seat. It's already pretty marginal and she's going to get absolutely crushed. I mean, I'm hoping that Alicia Kearns stands for leader because I think she'd be really great as a Tory leader. But she's probably like more progressive than a lot of Labour MPs. But I know that's not going to happen. But she's been really good as chair of the Foreign Affairs Select Committee.
Recap. It has been an extraordinary campaign. And this, I've got to say, is an extraordinary projection. If it's right, we are on the cusp of a truly historic election result, a record-breaking election result, one that could potentially go down in history. Now, the man, I have to hate to say this, Patrick, YouGov's Director of Political Analytics, Patrick English, you're sticking your neck out here because if this happens, it would be truly astonishing.
It certainly would be, and we've spoken to almost 48,000 people. In fact, we've spoken to around 150,000 people over the course of the campaign to produce our 3 MRP estimates of what we think the House of Commons will look like after polling day.
I mean, UV power, I've already said that I think that there's a reasonable case for voting for the Liberal Democrats if you think that you can unseat a Tory that way. In fact, it's probably even worth voting Liberal Democrats if you think you can unseat a Labour MP if it's a Liberal Labour marginal, because an extra Labour MP means nothing, but an extra Liberal MP makes it more likely that they're the opposition. So again, I don't want to vote Liberal Democrat, and I won't be voting Liberal Democrat, I'll be voting Green, but I think there's a very strong case for maximising the way you use your vote to try and make Ed Davey leader of the opposition. Just for 5 years of calm at PMQs at the very least. I'd love to see Ben Mafalami fuck off. Wasn't Phil saying pollsters have been deliberately cautious with their output because the actual models are showing something even wilder? Yes, he was saying that, and I think he's right. Because I think their actual models will not only just show like a massive drop-off of Tory votes, but are also very likely to show, very unlikely to show the effects of tactical voting. At least to the level which it's actually making a difference now. I think 20% of people are claiming they're going to tactically vote, which is a crazy high amount.
This is our final call. I think it's been quite stable, really. We've been quite surprised in a way that our first MRP projection showed a similar result to this one. Between 3 and 2, we've seen an increase for Labour of 6 seats, a decrease for the Conservatives of 6, but overall, the story has remained consistent. And as you guys have been touching on, it's not just about these two men or these two parties. It's about the Liberal Democrats. It's about Reform UK. It's about the Greens. The Conservative vote, the 2019 coalition, which propelled Boris Johnson to that majority, is fragmenting. And it's fragmenting in all kinds of different directions, and that's how we get to this result with Labour on under 40% of the vote, but sweeping through the House of Commons.
How much should we trust the MRP? Because it feels quite new. Lots of people listening will be, what on earth is an MRP to start off with?
Cleverly cleverly losing would be an crazy Portillo moment. Like, the real 3 Portillo moments we've got is Cleverly, Jenrick and Sunak, because those have gigantic majorities. If those get overturned, then, like, the Tories, they'll be on, like, 5 seats or some shit. So I don't think it's likely that they'll lose their seats. I bet the 20% saying they'll vote tactically are bunched in various areas too and not spread out evenly across the UK. I think to some extent, yeah.
And we've been very careful, and you've been very careful to say that these are central projections. There's a margin of error. It could be less, it could be more. How much should we trust the central projection?
Absolutely. This is a huge change election. And we used MRP successfully in 2017 to correctly anticipate that Theresa May would lose her majority. But there we were talking about changes of 30, 40 seats. What we're seeing before us now is something which has never happened in British political history. And there are no guides really for us to look toward to see what kind of election result we should expect. So we are in a realm of great uncertainty. We believe and we think that by speaking to 48,000 voters, by using these advanced statistical techniques, that we can get the closest that we possibly can, given the data we have, to how this will fall out. But of course, it's polling, it's subject to margins of error. And we think anything could be possible in terms of something which looks a lot like 1997 to an even bigger Labour figure. So other pollsters as well as going beyond what we're saying. We think that is very possible too. There is even a scenario in the projections that we've put out today where this man, Ed Davey, is leader of the opposition. That could happen.
So the second biggest party. What you're saying is Lib Dems getting more seats than the Conservatives.
It's within the intervals of what we've published today.
I have to say, you're saying that, look, we could see a 1997 majority or even bigger. I mean, it feels crazy that you're even saying that because I guess, Keir Starmer, the guy behind you, he'd have bitten your hand off for a 97 majority at the beginning of the campaign.
He would have. The worst result since 1935 is what Labour suffered in 2019. In one electoral cycle, we think, if this does happen tomorrow...
Exactly, yeah. Every single vote for the Greens is a vote for building a base, a vote for next time tactically voting and more short money. Like, there is the opportunity cost for voting Green here is incredibly low, so you might as well do it. Yeah, my main 4 targets for tactical votes, I've always said this before, but I'll make it clear to everybody. My main 4 recommendations for tactical votes is to vote the Labour Party against Joanna Cherry, voting Labour against Kemi Badenoch, voting Liberal Democrat against Suella Braverman, and voting Conservative against Rosie Duffield. Yeah, me too, Goat and Dog. Like, I want to see the Tories beat Farage and the Tories beat Duffield. Yeah, absolutely. But that's basically it. Like, none of the MRP polls in the run-up to the election, like the final MRPs on the last day, none of the MRPs that have been done show the Tories with more than 23% of the vote. And again, I think there is electoral tightening built into this model, so I really think the Tories will get lower than 20%.
They're going to go from that to a record-breaking majority. It is unprecedented, and that's why there's so much uncertainty, and that's why we're so keen to express a lot of things could happen. We have our central estimates, and of course we're going to be judging.
Yeah, I saw Dale Vince campaigning against Carla Denyer. It's so obvious to me but I mean, he said, right, I don't want to give things to GB Energy. I want the new technologies to be given to GB Energy. And I'm like, does this guy still think that GB Energy is actually an energy company and not an investment firm? So clearly he hasn't been promised investment money from GB Energy to go and try and knock out Green MPs. Not just any Green MPs like Carla and Brighton Pavilion, for Thangam fucking Debonair. Brother, what's that? What's that, brother? Navarra interviewed him, he seemed kind of stupid. I mean, maybe he's not electorally brained like we are. Surely you all want to hear a comically graceless Badenoch concession speech? Oh yeah, absolutely. Again, I really don't want people to vote for the Labour Party, but I will absolutely make an exception in northwest Essex, where you 100% should vote Labour to get Badenoch out, because she's so toxic to politics more generally. How close is Badenoch's majority? Oh, her majority is gigantic, but anything can happen in the next 24 hours.
by those, but we must say there's a lot of uncertainty. A lot of things could happen. There's still 89 seats that we're projecting with a margin of less than 5%. So statistically, they could go either way. So a lot is still happening.
I guess my other kind of thought is the projections are that Keir Starmer is on course for a record-breaking majority, the most successful ever Labour leader. How much do you feel that result is about, I guess, a kind of positive vote for the Labour Party, or actually just a determination from voters?
Do you think any Tory will pull a Trump and say it's rigged? I think Badenoch might. There's a problem with postal votes in the Badenoch constituency, and so if there's a judicial challenge to it, they might rerun the election in that particular seat in Northwest Essex. So there may be a position where Badenoch isn't an MP because there's a rerun of the election happening in her seat at the time the Tories do their leadership bid. So she might get blocked from that. It would be very funny. Absolutely, Nicole. Yeah.
Is to get rid of the Conservatives, however the best route to doing that is.
All the data we study and all the conversations we have with the public suggests it's very much the latter. And that is why I think we see such a fragmentation of votes going to all different parties. 15% for Reform UK, Ed Davey on the Liberal Democrats on 72 seats. It's about voters really calling time on the Conservatives after 14 years and calling time on this Conservative government. Some of them are going to Labour, some to Lib Dem, some to Reform. And it depends really, geographically, we're seeing a lot of tactical voting. A lot of Labour supporters potentially lending their votes to Liberal Democrats to defeat the Conservatives in the South. In the Midlands, we're seeing a really high voter efficiency for Labour. So the British public, it seems, have made up their mind. They want rid of the Conservatives. It's not so much that they're thrilled with the alternatives. Keir Starmer's ratings and Labour's ratings are quite average, but they are miles better than the Conservatives. And the British voters have quite simply decided that they've had enough of him.
And just a quick thought from you on the Scottish National Party, because you're projecting, it should be said, it's almost like we're kind of forgetting about this story amidst the decimation of the Conservative Party, but you're projecting a bad night for the SNP.
We are, yeah.
I mean, not having your polling card isn't as bad as not getting through your postal vote, which loads of people haven't received yet.
Yes, we believe that they will be below 20 seats. We think that Labour will return to be the largest party in Scotland again. And that is seismic. That is something which we've sort of seen coming a little bit in some of the projections that we've seen in some of the results that we've been looking at sort of in councils up in Scotland. But it would be a momentous occasion, really, for the Labour Party. So for Anna Sarwar to celebrate, for Keir Starmer to celebrate. And as you say, kind of get lost in the headline story. But again, Scotland has the highest concentration of marginal seats of any area in the country. It's really difficult to predict. So many constituencies up there decided by mere hundreds of votes. So our intervals for the SNP, for instance, are anything from 8 to 34. So they could well still remain the largest party in Scotland after tomorrow. But we think our central estimate is that
I really do hope the SNP do well.
that will change and Labour will take that mantle again.
Well, I applaud you for sticking your neck out this close to an election. It's not easy to do.
I think if like Bravman or Badenoch lose their seats, they'll have they'll have an absolute meltdown in their concession speech, just attacking Sunak for being too woke or some shit.
So close to the election campaign, how confident are you?
I'm fairly confident, but anything can happen.
Yeah, it's true. And you've been very careful in saying that they're sort of central estimates, and of course, people's views can change. I'm always fascinated by the number of people who say they just make their mind up just in the polling booth as well, right?
Absolutely. There's a lot of uncertainty.
I mean, it might. If I wasn't streaming, I would definitely be going down to the count to fucking laugh at Darren Henry. Just go and like hand Darren Henry a P45.
A lot of voters still to make up their minds.
Patrick English, thank you so much, and thanks as well for having all of these MRPs with us here on Sky News throughout the campaign.
Pleasure.
Absolutely fascinating stuff. So Patrick there talking through some of the data. He looked pretty confident, didn't he? Of course, really emphasising the margin of error. But what it does look like is that the Labour Party is on track for a record-breaking majority, or if not a record-breaking majority, the kind of majority that Keir Starmer will slip in his back pocket and say, thank you very much, that'll do me nicely for the next 5 years.
That's right, Sophie. Look, Rishi Sunak bet the farm when he called that early election towards the end of May. Let's be honest, you go for betting the farm as well, with extraordinary record-breaking figures.
I mean, I do think that the Scottish Greens are better as a progressive force than the SNP. They just don't have any chance in Westminster. And the SNP have a real chance of reducing the number of Labour MPs, and that's obviously my main thing here is to try and get the number of Labour MPs in Scotland as low as possible, so that there's a more of a chance for an independence vote coming. But in Holyrood, in a Holyrood election where it's proportional, 100% everyone should go out and vote Scottish Greens. I think the Patrick Harvey and Lorna Slater have done a really good job.
Like that 212 majority, and it matters to them commercially, apart from anything else. They've got to get it right or nearly right. So it's a big moment for them as well. There's already been reaction to this figure, I have to say. I'm not going to take any phone calls this time.
The funniest outcome, the funniest outcome that we could possibly have is there's the Liberal Democrats as the official opposition, and the Greens getting more seats than Reform, and also the SNP being the plurality party in Scotland, right? If Labour don't win in Scotland, if the Conservatives aren't the official opposition, and if Reform UK gets fewer seats than the Green Party, that is like the peak banter timeline moment. That is like magical Christmas land for us here on the progressive left. To watch the Greens beat Reform UK, the Liberal Democrats beat the Conservatives, and the SNP beating Labour. I mean, he will fail because his policies are shit. He'll have a gigantic majority to do really bad policy, like selling off the country to BlackRock and giving us special economic zones and free ports.
But one Tory candidate has
and amending the Equality Act to depersonalise transgender people.
Just said that actually they think it could be even worse. They say, bite your hand.
Actually, the only thing funnier than Rishi Sunak losing his seat is every Tory that isn't Rishi Sunak losing their seat. So Rishi Sunak has to stick around for the sake of the Conservative Party rather than fuck off to California.
Hand off for that result.
To bite their hand off for
that result.
The worst ever Conservative Party result.
There are some fears that it'll be even worse than that. I know people who are advising the Tory campaign who think that it will be a double-digit number of Conservative MPs returned. That's within YouGov's margin of error. It could go down to the late 70s, but my goodness, if it's even worse than this, we are in an extinction-level event. I think we can now look at some faces because politics is about people.
I'm going to step out so you can have a look at all of these.
Right, let's look at this enormous sweep. There are 16 cabinet ministers who are standing this election, because remember, quite a lot of them, like Michael Gove, are standing down. 16 standing cabinet ministers projected to lose their seat. I want you to look at all of these faces, because you might not be seeing them in the front line of British politics for much longer. Michelle Donnellan, she's a new one.
Oh my God, I'll be so fucking glad if Michelle Donnellan goes. She's so rancid. She's absolutely fucking putrid, Michelle Donnellan. I'll be so glad to see her go.
In this polling projection, she's projected to lose to the Lib Dems by 7 points. She's the Science Secretary. Esther McVeigh, Minister for Common Sense.
Looking at the Lib Dems, they're projected a very small amount of seats. So how are they potentially be in opposition? The projections from the Liberal from YouGov on the current MRP, and it's a pretty big MRP, so it's probably pretty good at predicting the result. The upper bound for Liberal Democrats is just over 80 seats, and the lower bound for the Tories is just under 80 seats. So if those bounds are as they are, and tactical voting happens in a way and the Tories lose seats where they should win them, and toss-ups go outside of the Conservatives, which I predict that they will do, the Lib Dems will have more seats than the Tories and therefore will be the official opposition. They actually did the Minister of Common Sense, yeah. Notice how it's all to Lib Dems, not to Labour. Yeah, because a lot of these people will be in predicted safe Tory seats, which are all going to be like the shires in the southwest. Which, of course, will be places where tactical voting is very strong. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, fucking absolutely. Just 100% want Michelle Donnellan to go. Like, if Michelle Donnellan ends this week eating out of bins... If Michelle Donnellan ends this week eating out of bins, the world will be a much better place.
She could lose by 5 points. This name here, my goodness. Richard Holden is the Conservative Party chairman. He was a North East MP. He actually did a chicken run, as it's known. He transferred seats down to Essex, to Basildon and Billericay. He could lose to Reform. Lucy Fraser, the Culture Secretary. Michael Tomlinson, one of the immigration ministers who sits in Parliament. And look at this. Still there with an almost impregnable advantage for the Lib Dems. Jeremy Hunt, the Chancellor, he's projected to lose by 23 points.
Wow. Redistricting fucked him up. Redistricting fucked this guy up super hard. The changing of the boundary in Godalming and Ash from, was it like South Surrey or something? That's really screwed him if he's going to lose by 23 points.
There seems very little chance this man will be returning, nor this man, Grant Shapps. He's going to lose to Labour if anything like this turns out to be true on election day. Defence Secretary Welwyn Hatfield, Gillian Keegan, the Education Secretary, Mark Harper, the Transport Secretary.
Like, to be fair, I know that I just hate on Michelle Donnellan, but literally all of these people are just so fucking grotesque. I'm so glad they're all going. They're like, everyone here is a monster. Everyone you're seeing on your screen here is a complete and utter monster.
T-shirt contender, just like Grant Shapps, Penny Mordaunt. She could lose in Portsmouth North to Labour by 6 points. Look at this, Alex Chalk could lose to the Dems by 35 points in Cheltenham. The Chief Whip, who would be key in ensuring some kind of discipline in a new Parliament, he won't be there. If the Nationalists in Wales, Plaid Cymru, defeat him by 9 points, the Welsh Secretary will be out in Wales. The Work and Pension Secretary, a familiar face on our screens because he's on...
Oh my God, Mel Stride. Even Mel Stride is going there. He's so awful. Only 5 points, though. Jeez, it's close.
I tell you almost every other day, because I'm told not every cabinet minister wants to do broadcast interviews to defend the government. Johnny Mercer, the Veterans Minister, and Victoria Prentice, who Rishi Sunak saw just yesterday in Banbury. She could lose to Labour by 7 points. She said it was still looking OK on the doorstep. This doesn't look so much. So you look at all these faces, because you might not be seeing them for that much longer. Right, let's look at the next slide.
Was watching Unlearning Economics go through the manifestos earlier. He decided to vote Green by the end. Oh, based. Kale did it. We stand Kale on this channel. I've already forgotten what his surname is. I know his first name is Kale, though.
And these are the well-known Conservatives who could go. And I want you to draw your attention to this man, Craig Williams. You've been hearing about him. He was tarred with the gambling scandal. He admitted putting a bet on the election date just days before it was called.
They're losing Montgomeryshire on this projection. If they're losing Montgomeryshire, then it's like turbo fucked.
Steve Baker, well, he was talking to Sophie just a few days ago, throwing his hat on the ring and complaining about the campaign. No wonder he's complaining. He could lose to
I think this is going to be closer than this. There's multiple, independents that are really cutting into the voter base in Steve Baker's constituency.
But by 23 points in Wickham. Robert Jenrick, another leadership contender, he could be out. Miriam Cates, another one, she could be out. Jacob Rees-Mogg, a familiar face on the telly as well as...
What? It's projecting Jenrick to lose? What? How is Jenrick losing on this? This isn't even like a particularly brutal projection. How is Jenrick losing? And how is Rees-Mogg losing to Labour? What the hell is going on? Yeah, they're going to need an extra cartridge on the P45 printer. They really are. Jesus. Yeah, I cannot see Jenrick losing. Now that's a real Portillo moment if Jenrick goes. And obviously this is going to be confounded by Faiza Shaheen.
The former cabinet minister, and Ian Duncan Smith in Chingford. He could be out to Labour. Chris Philp, Greg Hands, Karen Bradley and Therese Coffey. All of them look like they...
Therese Coffey, that's a big one. Chris Philp. Only 1 point in Croydon. That's smaller than I expected.
Could be out of Parliament despite standing again in this election.
Nah, Coffee is memes. Coffee is memes, right? If there's anyone I want to lead the Conservative Party in 2029 for the election, Therese Coffey being like the total terrible meme candidate would be so fucking funny. Like, if your leadership election is... If their fucking leadership election is like Therese Coffey and like Alicia Curtains and IDS, that'd be really funny.
Look at these guys. They could be gone as quickly as Friday. Now let's look at the next slide. And here we have the map. Look at the map from 2019. An extraordinary result for British politics, an extraordinary result for Boris Johnson. Blue, 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 all the way down, including in the southeast, and what once was the Red Wall. All of that won by the Conservatives, with the SNP utterly dominant in Scotland. Now, using the magic of technology, let's see.
Rishi Sunak has told his inner circle he is fearful of losing his seat. Yeah, who wants to lose? He wants to go to California, though. Like, we're doing it's better for us if he keeps his seat with like 5 other Tory mates, because he won't be able to go to California because then they'll have so few MPs.
See what the MRP, the polling projection, looks like. Completely different. The darker the colour, the more likely to win. But
See,
you could
look at all of these rural Norfolk seats with like toss-up Tories. What the fuck is going on? Toss-up Tories everywhere. Like, look at the dark blue. There are very few Tories in safe seats here. Look, surely these Scottish Tories are all gone, surely.
I'm actually very right-wing, and I loved it.
I mean, the right-wing probably do want it. They want to see the Tories get destroyed so they can support reform instead. Well, the new boundaries were supposed to be better for Labour, but they've changed their electoral demographics so much they actually gain with the new boundaries rather than lose.
can see the Red Wall is back. Labour is back in Scotland across the central belt. The Liberal Democrats are back in the southwest. And really, what you can see is the Tory party is squeezed to just the south, southern England, eastern England, and some parts of basically southeast and a bit of central England and the home counties. And that is it. It's a huge change, Sophie. And I think that you just look at that map. Everybody thought that Boris Johnson could be in for a decade. It was a mountain of a result that Labour had to climb to overturn. But they look as if they're on the precipice of doing it.
You know, just looking at this map, Sam, there's something that I guess I've just been thinking about kind of playing over in my mind a little bit recently, because you can see it played out here. The Red Wall rebuilt, and it does feel like this campaign, and really the last kind of year or so, the Conservatives have been desperately focusing on this group of voters, shoring up the Red Wall, trying to keep hold of them. But by doing that, have they lost the blue wall? Have they let the Lib Dems back in? Have they let Labour back in some of these commuter belt towns? If they almost, I guess, by kind of gambling on trying to hang on to the red wall as much as possible, they've lost some of their core vote.
Boris Johnson put all of his firepower trying to keep those votes that he won for the first time in this part of the country. But look at it. That's not happening. I think you're right. I think that was at the expense of traditional Tory heartlands that turned, but now they've lost both of them. Look, I think there's one big picture that we need to take away. In decades gone past, people voted for a political party and stuck with that party for decades. What is quite clear from this is that that era is over. People thought that Boris Johnson's majority of 80 was impregnable. That's wrong. We're heading to break all the records on Thursday if this polling projection is anything like right. So records will be broken, but does that guarantee Keir Starmer a second term if this is the first one? Well, politics looks like it's these days built on sandcastles, and what is built can be washed away very, very quickly.
Yeah, because I guess this is the other thing as well, isn't it? Because if you look at this and you look at the size of the majority that we're projecting,
The leader has to be a standing MP or a member of the Lords.
212, record-breaking, as you say, you would think that that is it.
Well, I guess it doesn't have to be, but they mostly are.
Keir Starmer is going to be master of all he surveys. Is there, I guess, any concern at all?
Because the thing is that the selection of people who would end up being a Lord, end up being a leader. So the people who vote on who becomes the next leader are people from the Parliamentary Conservative Party. So they need enough people in the Conservative Party to be able to have the leadership election.
It feels almost ridiculous to be saying this on the kind of eve of an election result that might produce this. But is there any concern that his support might be wide but shallow?
Well, here we have a result, 212 majority for Keir Starmer if this projection is right. But remember, my favourite fact of this campaign, they could be on course to get this result with 51% of the public saying to YouGov that they think Keir Starmer could be a bad Prime Minister. Half the public don't think he's any good, and yet we're going to break all records, highest number of Labour seats, lowest number of Tory seats, the largest majority since the early 19th century, since the Great Reform, only beaten once since the Great Reform Act, and they still don't like him that much.
Almost says something that maybe our political system, the level of our journalism, our voting system, maybe these things are bad. Maybe there's something wrong there. And maybe that is those terrible things that we've created are going to foment something even worse in its place. Don't know. We'll see.
My goodness, politics is fascinating.
It really is. Sam, thank you so much for sharing all these numbers with us and for taking us through all of these projections. As Sam was saying, fascinating stuff, because here we are on the eve of an election that by all accounts is going to be historic. It is going to be record-breaking. That is it from us. For now, I'll be back here on Sky News at 7 p.m. for the...
Yeah, Cameron makes a comeback. We'll see. Should be a funny one.
Because I'm literally a communist.
Welcome in, no thanks, hope you're doing well. Oh, Andrew Fisher is on Cross Question. Wonder what they're talking about. See what the topics were. I know we watched Cross Question yesterday. Must be bored of Cross Question now, but I really like Andrew Fisher. Oh, he's up against fucking Alice Denby as well. Brother, what's that? Talking about the building via BlackRock stuff as well, which should be interesting to watch Andrew Fisher talk about it. But you like Cross Question, not Ian Dale. I think Ian Dale is good at picking people to be on the panel. Just wish, I mean, I guess he's probably never picking me after I kept reminding him how he got cautioned for beating up a pensioner. I tell you what, we'll listen through.
Not just obviously.
Actually, no, we're not going to do that. We're going to watch Shaman. We're going to watch Shaman Rahman debate about the election on BBC Radio Leicester. That's what we're going to do. Do not say I don't have local politics on this channel, because clearly I do. And I'm definitely not watching this just because I really like Shaman and I want her to win. But I also want to get a segment out of her demolishing some Labour guy.
Now, we'll hear from all of the panel in just a moment, but what are the issues that you've been raising? Well, BBC Radio Leicester's political reporter, Tim Parker, has been taking a look.
Thank you to all of you who have got in touch with us through our website about Your Voice, Your Vote. There's clearly plenty that you want to raise with the people who want your vote. The main issues that you've been telling us about revolve around the economy, taxation, housing and education issues, as well as the NHS. Are the parties being honest about how much our taxes will rise after this election, asks some of you. On adult social care, people are worried about care of elderly and sick relatives. How can that be done while still paying off a mortgage? And with the health service, you're looking for concrete promises on how the whole NHS experience can improve, like this woman from Leicester.
We think the NHS definitely needs some improvement, and it's something that everybody needs. The family have had a couple of experiences recently of having bed shortages, of wards not having enough staff to cope with the input. And what we'd like to know is everybody wants it.
Why does iPlayer always do this? Let me change it to medium quality.
Improving, but exactly how are they going to?
Well, there you go. A simple and straightforward question. How are they going to improve things? Sharman Rahman from the Green Party, how would you make a dramatic difference, perhaps, to the way the NHS is either run or the service that it delivers?
I think the Green Party's approach to the NHS has been one of marked honesty. So I think we're the only ones that are really being honest about the fact that it's been chronically underfunded over the last 14 years of austerity. And we're being honest about the amount of funding that's going to be required to really get it back up to the level that, the creators of the NHS probably anticipated for it to be. So we've proposed a wealth tax for those that have assets of more than 10 million of 1%, which would be used to fund up to 50 billion a year by the year 2050 to create those extra appointments, to create the extra capacity, but also to recognise the fact that none of the other major parties are actually addressing this issue in a real and honest way to the electorate. And I think we're being honest about the fact that it needs major funding, and tinkering around the edges is not going to solve the issues.
Do you think that the 50...
Of course, the two big problems in the NHS at the moment are capacity, which can be solved by deficit spending on new construction, because that's investing in new assets that are owned by the state. That's fine. But there's a big problem we have in staffing that will require more people being trained, more people being retained and recruited, and the recruitment and retention issue can only be solved by increasing pay. Everything that Labour sells you, the snake oil that Labour sell you about, well, if we just show doctors and nurses respect, they will accept lower pay. And I'm like, no, they need proper pay restoration. That's what we need to offer the junior doctors, is pay restoration. If you put that in hourly terms, that's a pay rise of £15 an hour to £21 an hour. And as someone who earns way less than that, I'm like, good, absolutely. We need to tax the multimillionaires and billionaires and increase capital gains tax to ensure that our doctors are paid enough that keeps them in the country, keeps them in the job, rather than going to another country or finding something that's more lucrative for them, rather than being paid, less than what a barista gets paid at Starbucks in London. Which is, people, as I said before, people who are baristas in Starbucks in London should organise and earn as much as they can. But I don't think it's necessarily unfair from a left-wing perspective to say that doctors should get paid more, especially since it's leading to the massive shortfall in staffing in our NHS. And of course, the Green Party have got a proper migration plan that helps us hit those The Green Party have a proper migration plan that hits the employment gaps we have in the NHS by ensuring that we don't turn people away from being too low earners, which clearly Labour and Tories want to be able to copy to reduce numbers that we need, which we also need for increased productive capacity in the economy as well. And the funding for increased wages for healthcare professionals, that won't come, even under fiscal rules, that won't come from borrowing. It will have to come from general taxation. So tax rises will have to come to fix the recruitment and retention crisis. And if you want to find a party that's being honest and is making sure that the taxes are only being borne by the people who can afford to pay for them, the ultra-rich millionaires and billionaires, you're going to have to vote for the Green Party for that.
$1 billion that you're proposing is enough?
I think it's what's required at present. It's the vision and ambition that's required at present for the NHS. And if we really want it working for everyone that's going to be using it, then yes, absolutely.
Andy McWilliam, what would you do to make a difference?
The Reform UK party proposed that, accept the fact that the NHS is highly strained and the money has been continued to go into the NHS over the last many years, and the service isn't really improving tremendously at all. And
I mean, it's had less money going in it per capita every single year from 2010 to 2018. I know that funding is high, but that's kind of a hangover from the pandemic funding. But the reason why we have such of these backlogs in the NHS is because of lack of investment, massive underinvestment in the Osborne and Cameron austerity years. Because nominal funding might have stayed the same, but per capita funding as a percentage of GDP, that decreased every year during the Cameron Osborne administration, which fomented the underinvestment that led to the pandemic ruining it, rather than necessarily Sunak and Johnson underfunding it now.
yes, it's had the problem of the backlog built up from the COVID hold-ups, but that in itself needs to be addressed. So reform would then look at patient-facing workers within the health service, clinicians, and in order to get them to work some more or come back from retirement or not retire, is to remove the need to pay basic rate income tax. So somebody like a consultant in a six-figure sum wouldn't get any relief of the higher rate tax, but on the lower paid workers within the NHS would save.
Let me just pick you up on something. You said that the part of the
What's interesting is I think most NHS workers probably wouldn't want a tax cut rather than a pay increase, because a pay increase would increase their final salary for their pension as well. So being able to tax billionaires to keep doctors both in the job and in the job long term by ensuring that their wages go up to get them a better pension is probably a better way of retaining and recruiting staff than it is by saying, here's some tax cuts, enjoy it until those tax cuts get changed.
The policy would be to get more of the clinicians to work
Correct.
to work harder. I
Yes.
suspect many of them watching this would say we're flat out already. There isn't an inch, there isn't a sinew
true.
we can't strain any further. So how can you get more work out of them?
A lot of people are retiring early from it. The stresses and strains working in the health service, as we all know. But to encourage them to work there, we can actually get more into their hands wages as they go by relieving them of that tax.
So pay more money.
Technically, yes, that's correct. Yes.
Where from?
Yes. The money will come from general savings, from
He does both look and sound like John Pertwee. That's so true. It's John Pertwee, but racist. I don't know if he's racist or not, but he's standing for reform, so...
broad aspect of savings on for the exchequer, and I can go into those as well if you want to.
I've no doubt we'll touch on those later on, particularly about the savings and so on. Zafar Haq, this is something you have campaigned about for many years. What would you do? Magic wand, what is your sort of a policy to make a difference now?
Well, the Liberal Democrats have said quite clearly, different to what the Labour and the Conservatives are saying. We're thinking about investing £9 billion into the NHS and social care. The biggest problem is that you actually have an issue where ambulances you dial for an ambulance 999 and it takes them 6, 7, 8, 10 or 11 hours to turn up. And the problem is the system just doesn't work. The people in hospitals could actually be in social care, in care homes, and they're blocking beds, and effectively you need the care system, the whole system, to work effectively, and you need to invest money seriously into looking after staff, retaining staff, and actually...
Yeah, the Reform UK's plan for general savings is just slashing 5% of every government budget and then just finding magical efficiencies. Yeah, just Osborneism all over again.
The care system, where all those patients need to go, needs to be also supported, and make sure that you've got the manpower and the infrastructure.
Oh yeah, Reform UK and the Labour Party have identical NHS plans.
Structure to match and support the NHS in dealing with patients and supporting people. You also need a really serious look at primary care appointments, that's the GP appointments, so that people can get an appointment either the same day in an emergency within 24 hours.
Yeah, calling it bed blocking rather than a social care bottleneck makes it sound bad, I agree.
Or within 7 days, bookable in advance. They're the failures of the NHS system, and we need to change.
I detect a first area of agreement here then, because what Reform through Andy have just been saying is that they need to pay more money to invest in keeping people in their posts in the NHS?
The retention is important, but at the same time, we need money for the infrastructure. Leicester's hospitals has been promised by the Labour government 800 million back in 2003, 2004. It was promised in 2019 by the Tory government's 450 million. None of that money has ever arrived in Leicester, and we've lost out again and again. And realistically, Leicester needs investment. Our NHS services need investment, and we need to deal with the problems about the ambulance service and support the staff that are working in there.
Chief and Sander, if you were to be given the keys of number 10, at the top of your to-do list as far as the NHS would be, what would it be?
Well, it's rebuilding and reforming it. Look, everyone depends upon the NHS, and I'm like lots of people out there today, I'm really worried about my mum needing an ambulance. I know someone whose dad died waiting for one. We all know the horror stories. We know it needs to be there for us. So for us in the NHS, it's rebuilding and reforming it. Rebuilding by hiring more doctors and nurses, rebuilding by paying for more overtime. We're going to pay for that, by the way, by ending the non-dom tax break, and reforming it, placing more emphasis on...
You can't reform the non-dom tax status because that's already been done by the Conservative Party.
...community care, so problems don't end up in the GP surgery, even worse, in A&E. That's our step and our plan forward. Now, look, lots of politicians can talk about these things, right? But look at our record when we were last in office. The lowest waiting list we've ever had in this country. People listening tonight will know, or this morning rather, will know what it was like to be able to call up the GP and get it within 2 days. Now it's hard to get it within 2 weeks. We've done it before, we can do it again. But look, this is the health of our loved ones. I'm really shocked today that actually...
This guy should be better than this. This guy's from the fucking NEF. Used to be worked as an economist at the Somaliland Ministry of Finance. Trade union rep and taught in disadvantaged schools. Actually, like a genuinely good Labour candidate. The New Economics Foundation, they were like a post-Keynesian economics place. This is where Miata Fanbele is from. She's the head of it. So she's probably recommended him to be an MP.
Conservatives did not put forward something and someone to answer this topic, which does concern, frankly, our health and well-being.
Look, you raise that whole thing about rebuilding, reforming the NHS. Politicians of all varieties would say the same words to you, wouldn't it? But rebuilding and reforming something like the NHS is really hard, and isn't something you just turn a switch on. You don't send a note to the clinicians and say, we want you to do this. It doesn't work like that, does it?
That's not what happened. Yeah, and last time we were in government, we had
Which was a long... let's be fair, 14 years ago, and arguably the world was a different place.
I mean, it was one with an NHS that was working, and I'm really proud of that, right? And it was serious reform. It was serious government. But the sign of serious government we don't have today. 5 prime ministers in 8 years, more Conservative prime ministers in 2022 than onshore wind farms. That kind of chaos does not allow us to reform our NHS. And in this election, the Conservatives do get back in. How long do we think Rishi will last? And what kind of reforms can he actually put in place? The health of our loved ones is on the ballot on this election. It's for people at home to decide who they think is best.
How is he in progress, but also in the NEF? What the hell is going on? What is this man doing? He's got in fingers in so many pies.
Just to return to you for a moment or two, you outlined some of the financial plans that you might instigate to make a change to the NHS. But again, in a sense, what is the key, do you think, to make that difference to the NHS? Throwing money at it is one thing, but what are the targeted changes you would make?
I think it's sort of brushing it aside to say throwing money at it. The reality is it's been chronically underfunded. When you hear something like rebuilding and reforming, the average voter is asking, what the hell does rebuilding and reforming actually mean? The reality is, in order to really create capacity, to create longevity of the service, you do have to put money into it. Without investment, you get no return. And without ambition for this service, which is what was required to create it, we're not going to be able to create an NHS fit for the future. So I think honesty is required with regards to money. Money is absolutely needed in order to keep this service, and money is going to be
again, because that's where you get extra capacity from, by spending money on new capacity, and it's how you fix recruitment and retention, by paying doctors more. And that will, and then the pay in terms of recruitment and retention, how we deal with the NHS workforce is one of the biggest killers at the moment in terms of the failures of the NHS. And really bumping up these wages is a way that we're going to ensure that we get waiting lists down quickly. Quick recruitment and fixing retention straight away.
And we have to be honest about that.
Well, listen, there's no doubt that the future of the NHS is one of those things that has exercised many of the people that have been in touch with us over this campaign of the last 4 weeks or so. An extension of that, of course, is the whole subject of adult social care. Essentially, in its most basic form, how we look after our older people and who pays the growing bills to support them. Now, this has been, much like the NHS, a really common theme amongst our Your Voice, Your Vote commitments. Take, for example, Anthony and Christine. They both asked, and I'm quoting now, what are Labour and the Conservatives going to do about social care and whether older people will still have to sell their homes in order to pay for care home fees? People essentially, in many cases, who've worked hard lifelong and have their own home and they have to sell it. How is that fair? Many other people have contacted us in similar ways. The Conservatives, as you know, haven't been able to put anybody to be on the panel today, but I'm going to go directly because they've asked specifically of Labour and Conservatives. Jeevan, social care is an important element, isn't it? And the one thing I would say that there's been a lack of in this campaign is discussion about how to make social care better, sustainable, more affordable, because it's...
I'm just going to skip past the social care section, not because I think it's irrelevant. I think it's incredibly relevant. I just have literally no expertise to try and tell you how to fix social care. I really don't.
Care to make the changes to the NHS and all the other areas of reform that you and the party would wish to see?
The changes that we've proposed, we anticipate getting to 50 billion a year by year 2050 by raising money off assets. So those who earn more than 10 million will be levied a tax rate of 1%.
In that vein, we went out onto the streets of Leicester, and this is what Lola cares about most.
Everyone knows outside of after COVID, the retail shops suffered an awful lot, and everyone's gone online. What are you as a politician doing to support or incentivise people to shop more on the high street?
So there you go. Lola is worried about the future of the high streets. It's been something that people have worried about for a very long time. Zafar, what would you do to rescue them?
We'd scrap rates. Business rates, that's one of the first things that we would do, because businesses are struggling to pay their rents, they're struggling to pay their energy costs, they're struggling to pay the increased minimum wage as well. So we need to be supporting businesses by, first of all, scrapping the business rates for them, and also looking at how we can support the high street. I was knocking on doors in Leicester, and lots of people, when I knocked on doors, come out to me and say to me, we don't go into town anymore, we don't go into the city centre anymore. And that's sad, because we need to make sure the infrastructure, the bus services, the parking is available for people to go into the city centres and enjoy the environment, go and visit the shops, have a cup of tea, meet friends, and it's a good social aspect. But city centres are failing. You know, we're not getting the number of footfall that is required post-COVID, and we need to make sure.
2 plans to help the high street. First one, community wealth building, more cooperative ownership, cooperative funds, a Mark-Ora law. Get money back into communities that stays in communities so people don't have money being taken by big corporations and sent to shareholders overseas. This stays in your community and it circulates in the community to build wealth for everybody. That's number 1 plan. The second plan to save the high street, 15-minute cities. 15-minute cities, pedestrianised areas, amenities within walking distance, cycle paths, better public transport. Make sure it's cheap and efficient and easy for people to be able to get to their local shops once you have that community wealth there as well. Mobile people are better spending people. Stop having all of your areas gotten rid of by cars. Stop having all of your areas completely given over to car-based infrastructure. and parking and all that kind of malarkey, have good, efficient, reliable public transport into city centres for people to be able to get there in low traffic neighbourhoods, pedestrianised areas, subsidised public transport, and designing and planning our cities to be more human and people friendly. That is how you fix the high street.
That shops survive and help residents. And the other part of it was lots of residents were saying antisocial behaviour. They were scared to go into town, which is not very good.
Arguably, people have worried about that for a very long time when high streets were still bustling. Isn't the brutal truth that actually the way people behave has changed? They might want to go into a high street because they want to go to a pub or a restaurant or something. They don't necessarily want to go and buy a bag of screws like they might have done a generation ago.
That's probably correct of some young people, but it's not correct of lots of other people. I look back to my own father. He would go into
the Marcora laws, M-A-R-C-O-R-A, Proton Bobs. Well, the Marcora law it was a law in Italy, named after Mr. Marcora, who was the person who implemented it. And what it was an option in Italy for people to be able to take a lump sum of benefits rather than getting paid monthly, and to take that collectively with a bunch of other people to go and set up a new cooperatively owned business between them to be able to create new jobs for all of them. So they could take out lump sum of welfare payments to be able to create a business together. And it showed huge success. Loads of these firms didn't fail. It got loads of returns. It increased their productive capacity. And increased their workforce participation rate. It was incredibly successful. It was gotten rid of, and then an outcry made them bring it back.
the city centre, meet some of his friends, go for a coffee, do some shopping, and he'd be back. And it kept him mentally fit, and it kept him physically fit as well. And that makes a huge difference to lots of sort of generations over the age of sort of 50 plus. And there is I was in the marketplace. Even the market trade.
Tinkering around the edges of business rates means nothing. As it stands, the only thing physical stores can do to compete is have better service. So government needs to improve the environment of high streets to make it nice to go to. I 100% agree. And I think that, cutting business rates is a false economy. As somebody has pointed out, right, one of the main things that's really important to ensure that you have people engaging in footfall to be able to spend money in your shops is having a good area. It's having a well looked after community, and councils that lose loads of money because of business rates cannot create the good communities that let people spend in the first place. Really, real big false economy.
Traders tend to know their customers and say, how was the weekend and what were you doing? Those conversations for lots of people who live in isolation are really important.
Andy, what would you do if we accept that high streets are certainly under pressure? Some are perhaps more successful than others, but what would you do nationally to make a difference?
What we would do is to remove the requirement to the business rates, certainly a significant reduction. We would,
Wouldn't Emma Barnett get upset that you're trying to nationalise going down the shop? I mean, let's be honest, they probably would get mad that I would be nationalising going to the shops. Like, community wealth building is something that everybody agrees with, yet the media would have a field day around. Social care will be a national care service in name only. Old people still have to sell their homes as Labour have kept to keeping this policy. Like, I don't have any. Wes Streeting said on Laura Kay wanted to have a royal commission on it and get all the parties around the table, but that's such a massive majority. They'll have de facto control. Like, it's a national care service, which is essentially just using franchising model anyway. Like, it's really disappointing what they've come out with for the national care service. And people, again, just like the GB Energy stuff, they've sold people up the river by lying about what it is. They said GB Energy was an energy company. It's an investment fund. They've said the National Care Service is like similar to the NHS but for social care, and it's just the government spending money on franchising. They're real kind of white elephants that the public have been completely lied about. I think that's awful. Rents is another thing. Like, business rates are bad, but rents are worse. At least business rates goes back into the community to be able to spend on amenities that makes the area better, to encourage people to go and shop there. Rents, they just go into the fucking pockets of massive big corporations who make money from owning shit. If we really want to fix the high street, tell the commercial landlords to eat my dick. Like, get the commercial landlords to get Mao. Go full Chairman Mao on the commercial landlords. Rent caps. Shit like that. That's what we really need. If you really want to deal with like the overarching costs that small businesses have to deal with, rents is the absolute worst. Commercial right to buy. You're fucking damn right we need commercial right to buy, idiosyncrasy. You're damn right we need commercial right to buy. So again, all of this like central business district area that we currently have is monopolized because it can't expand. Like you can't create additional supply of brick and mortar space within cities because that's where the CBD can't expand any further. So you can't increase supply to reduce the price of these commercial rents. Land tax, yeah, land value tax 100% would be a good thing. On top of land value tax, just like reviving Ho Chi Minh and setting him loose on all the commercial landlords.
How would pay for that by levying up to 4% online delivery tax for the particularly large companies, and that is the way businesses a trend the businesses are following. We would bring the corporation tax threshold to 200,000. We would bring the threshold for VAT up to 150, and that was small businesses, and small businesses are the lifeblood of this country and always will be.
What's funny is that the current corporation tax threshold that we have is already lower for small businesses. They're giving a massive cut to gigantic mega corporations and like a 3% cut to small businesses.
If there aren't, then the future looks very, very bleak, and we will do things along those lines to make it work for them.
So if you remove rates, what do you replace that income stream for councils with?
Well, that's a good question, and the councils, and that needs to be discussed. I'm no expert on the finances of local councils, but when it comes to the,
I don't know how I feel about an online delivery tax. I really don't know how I feel about that. I guess if we move away from this kind of delivery service model, it'll get people out of just being delivery drivers forever. But
the global, the national.
But if we, forgive me for interrupting, but if we accept that local councils, and it would seem to be the case across the country, are under financial pressure, if you remove an important financial stream, you've got to replace it with something else. Otherwise, all the other things we've been talking about can't happen either.
Absolutely. But with regards to business rate, as I said, we would then use a 4% online delivery tax. And there's so much money being transferred around on the deliveries. That's the nature of the way we do the shopping now. Whether it's good for us as a society, I don't know. Might not be, but it's how we would approach it.
Sharman, again, from a Green Party perspective, does the party see high streets as something important that needs to be rescued, or do you allow them to go through the natural process of change?
I think both. So high streets do indeed need to be rescued, but also they won't necessarily look like what they looked like 50 years ago. The world has changed, and the way people shop and the way people do their socialising has changed. And I think what conversation needs to be had is the fact that high streets are not necessarily centres for shopping anymore. They're also centres for doing other things like socialising, eating out. And I think councils need to be ambitious about what a high street that's fit for the future would look like. And that means encouraging small businesses that aren't necessarily the small businesses you would have seen 10, 20 years ago, but small businesses that perhaps was more geared towards social use. So restaurants, bars, and making them more making it easier for them to set up.
How does this all chime with a green agenda? I mean, is there a sort of a green element about this, about encouraging people to essentially stay local, to use their high street rather than, going on?
Because you say 15-minute cities, immediately all the conspiracy alarm bells go off. But that's just the answer. The answer is 15-minute cities. The answer is absolutely 15-minute cities. Shouting out you Gopnik and Navar Media for showing me your way. Happy to follow. I appreciate you. Thank you. Is that the Maltese leftist? It's in blue writing on my end on a blue background, so it's difficult for me to be able to read it. But I appreciate you coming in and fans of both you, Gopnik, and of course contributor on Novara. So I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Appreciate the kind words.
Because I'm literally a
High streets are
communist.
places for you to spend your money, but what if nobody has any? It's exactly why I said that the important thing has got to be community wealth building. It's got to be community wealth building, and it's got to be a reform of how we use space.
Online and ordering something that comes from the other side of the world.
I mean, I think what's important is to make it accessible and accessible in a green way. And so what we've got at the moment in Leicester is that a lot of people complain about the fact that they have to pay high parking charges when they go into the city centre, and that's why they end up going out on the outskirts to Foss Park. But what's the missing bit here? The missing bit here is public transport system. We don't have a public transport system that's fit, that will encourage users in the local area to come into the city centre without having to stress about waiting around for a bus, etc. So I think what ties into this is having the infrastructure within the city that will actually enable people to make use of their high streets.
Chief, what would you do? What would the Labour Party do?
Well,
exactly. Good public transport links, pedestrianised city centres. Exactly what we want.
First thing is, I think Sharman is right, there has been a change in the way we shop, is helping people take over empty units, either as shops or as community spaces. I think community spaces that we have to promote in these times when budgets are more straightened, the ability to be able to socialise is really important, especially if we do it for free. So help people take over empty units, get crime and antisocial behaviour down. Violent crime has tripled in my constituency since 2010. We've seen a huge cut in police numbers, 20,000 between 2010 and 2017. Leicestershire still has fewer police than 2010. So it is about having more neighbourhood patrols, and it is about ensuring that antisocial behaviour is punished. And the final thing is to reform business rates so it is easier for high street shops to operate in that place. And
I see Jeevan Sanders been talking with Lisa Nandy. Lisa Nandy's mad hot on her community right to buy, taking over empty units. It's interesting though, there are a lot of people, especially from the NEF, who are big on community wealth building and the Preston model, so I'm surprisingly he hasn't brought it up. I'm surprised he's not brought it up. I'm surprised Sharman didn't bring it up either, because both Labour and Greens have some amount of community-focused economic spending in their manifestos.
This isn't just a kind of a thing we like. Having a thriving centre of urban areas is a very important economic policy too. People want to move to an area they see as thriving. So it is important that we get this right. Obviously, clearly we haven't been getting it right in this country for 14 years, and there doesn't seem to be much of an answer from the current government on how to do that.
In fairness, of course, the decline of high streets has been going on for longer than the last 14 years, hasn't it? I just want to pick up on something about this idea of replacing empty shops with community spaces of one description or another. I spoke to a retailer on a high street only a couple of weeks ago, and the point that he made was that he was the only retailer on that high street. Every single...
Oh yeah, 100%. Council should be able to seize abandoned shops, yeah, absolutely. Like, we should be able to CPO these empty units.
Single other one was a place for going to have a drink or a meal or whatever it might be. And his question was, well, why would people come to me when actually everybody else has come for a pint?
Well, I suppose it's still a thriving centre, and that's what we want to see, right? I mean, look, no one's stopping someone not going into a shop and then going for a pint. And so fundamentally, look, as it's thriving, we want people to be there. But if the business models change, and business models do change, I think there is a reality here, right? We are shopping more online. How do we adjust to that and ensure that we also have thriving central spaces?
So in a sense, we're talking about a high street that changes, that we have to expect something to be different to the way it is now.
I think absolutely we have to expect it to change.
That sentence
and also,
means
it
nothing.
has already changed. There's no point in trying to hark back to a yesteryear that doesn't exist anymore. Let's face reality, right? But also, let's look forward to a better future. I want to see people in thriving centres. At the Loughborough at the moment, unfortunately, it is one thing that does get brought up to me quite a bit, that the centre of this market is not thriving in the way that it used to. So let's try and figure out how we can actually...
Oh yeah, cheaper energy is certainly something that will help businesses a lot.
Make people come there, make it bustling, and make it a great place.
Thank you to the panel. It's interesting, isn't it, how one of the things that really exercises people is this question about what happens to all of our high streets. Let's turn on to something else that people have been contacting us about as well. Let's turn to the cost of living. Now, Tracy has been in touch, amongst many other people, and told us, and again I'm quoting, "I've seen several recessions, but never seen so many people reliant upon food banks, making choices between eating and heating." Joan sent this in to us on Your Voice, Your Vote on the website. She said, "No one seems to be addressing issues related to public services. I'm ashamed to live in a first world country that has so many food banks. Rant over, even if this goes no further, I have got it off my chest." She's extremely cross about it. Andy McWilliam, what would you do?
We have to accept the fact that we've been through a pandemic, we've been through a period of low growth, extremely low growth. Wages have stayed static, and we are poorer as a result of all this. So we have to then think about how we're going to feed people, and that first of all we've got to look after our farmers. We need a reform government would put an extra $1 billion into the kitty for supporting our farmers.
I'm looking forward to this guy's first speech in Parliament. That's not happening. Mr. Speaker, I said the thing bad.
We need to get rid of the wild rewilding thing, which is very, very nice, but nature will do it itself if it needs to, and farmers and pay them to produce more food, which is what they want to do.
Okay, so from your perspective, it's a question of growing our way out of it.
That's a very good answer. Yeah.
And nothing else?
Oh yes. We tweak, and
Forgive me for interrupting. Lots of people listening to this will say, well, tweaking it's not enough because people are creaking under the weight of a cost of living crisis from the last few years.
Yes.
Getting farmers to grow more is not going to solve the problem entirely, is it?
No, but it's a start in that area. The people are suffering and really struggling to get there. That's very evident just in every community you go into now, and it takes a lot of attention. Leaving more money in their pocket, which is certainly a way to approach it, i.e. grow the economy, and a reform government would raise the basic...
I'm literally a communist.
Right, there you go. There's Reform UK plans for the cost of living crisis. Reform UK's entire plan for the cost of living crisis is just press the big red growth button. Yeah, we'll grow the economy. Some of it might trickle down, some of it might not. Just, again, it's trickle down economics by another name coming from Reform UK. And people are fucking voting for them.
Threshold for basic rate income tax to £20,000.
But isn't
that put £1,500 a year back into their
Isn't
pocket?
the key, though, of bringing bills down to a manageable level? How would you do that?
Well, a massive bill to households is energy. And two things we do. One is remove the requirement to pay VAT on the energy. I think it's levied at 5% currently. And that we remove the green subsidies on these. We've got nothing against green.
Well, hang on a minute. If you get rid of the green subsidies, that will mean there's going to be less energy. The supply of energy will go down, which means the price will go up. You're going to get rid of the thing that keeps bills lower. What the hell is he talking about?
Every good fortune to green projects, that's all. But the simple fact is, it's been levied onto the consumer and at a very high price, and that and just adds to their burden.
But subsidy isn't a levy. What's this man talking about?
Andy McWilliam, thank you. Sharman Rahman from the Green Party, Reform, you've just heard Andy say they're going to get rid of lots of green policies. What would you do?
I think that's the complete opposite to what we would advocate. We need we need policies fit for the future, and without being green in our mindset, there is no future to take care of. In terms of the cost of living, I think it needs some intervention from the government. Governments have to be honest about what's happening to people. We've got a situation in Leicester where we've got 40% of children in Leicester in poverty, and this is a different type of poverty. This is poverty not because they don't have work. These are, quite often children that have got parents that are in jobs or in multiple jobs, and they're still unable to put food on the table. And it's ludicrous that even in that environment, we're looking at a council that is looking to take away provisions for these underprivileged kids by, cutting back from playgrounds, cutting back from our children's centres, and prioritising sort of projects in the city centre for an additional coffee shop. And that's literally what's happening in the city centre. So I think it's about what your priorities are as a political party. If we want to look after children and we want to make sure that they are at the very basic fed and in a safe and warm home, we have to be honest about that.
OK, but time is of the essence, isn't it?
I mean, I would have liked a better answer on that. Again, every single time, anytime anybody asks me about cost of living, anytime anybody asks me, the first thing I will always say, wages are too low. When she's mentioned specifically people are in jobs, still receiving universal credit, not putting food on the tables, make work pay. Make work pay. We're going to make sure that trade unions can bargain and people at home can join a trade union. We're going to increase the minimum wage. We're having a cap on the amount CEOs can earn so that pay squeezes with regards to payroll, so that CEOs can't earn way more than people who are on the bottom end of the ladder, right? We will put your wages up. No use giving you tax cuts, because all tax cuts will do is mean that the service provision that poor people need for their council amenities, for their NHS, for anything that they receive from the state, which they rely on far more than rich people do, that's a false economy. What the best way of doing...
neoliberalism.
The absolute best way of fixing the cost of living crisis is putting more money in your pocket by demand-side labour market reform. Get people's wages increasing so that they have an easier time dealing with the cost of living. The very, very, very first thing I would do. Free school meals are another good option as well. Thank you for the gifts, Council. I appreciate you. Remember, if you're watching the stream and you want to support us, you can do so by subscribing on Twitch for $4.99 or for free with Twitch Prime by linking your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. That gets you an extra free subscription on Twitch every single month, courtesy of Jeff Bezos himself, to give me some money rather than him having money. Subscribing on Twitch gets you access to my animated and static emotes in Twitch chat, as well as ad-free viewing. If you want to have a message read out on Twitch, 100 bits gets you text-to-speech. That gets you access. That means that you can read out a message on 100 bits gets you text-to-speech on Twitch. If you want a message read out on YouTube, if all super chats, I read out all super chats regardless of value. If you want to become a member on YouTube, that's 99p, which is cheaper than a can of Red Stripe. It gets you access to my static emotes in YouTube chat and in the YouTube comments section, as well as access to my archive live streams. However, the best way to support the stream, if you want to, is to gift memberships over on YouTube. Gifted memberships are always the best thing to do, so if you've not got a message you want read out, the best thing to do is to gift memberships of that value to the people you're sharing the chat with. That helps boost the stream in the algorithm, shares the love around, and gives us more emote slots as well. So if you do want to support the stream, but you don't know how to do so, you just want to give me money, the best way to do is to gift memberships on YouTube, as always.
There are plenty of people that are concerned about how they're going to feed the kids, not in 10 years' time or 5 years' time, but tonight, in 5 minutes' time. They need any incoming government to make moves on this now. What would be the first thing you would do?
Well, I think one of the first things that any government should be looking at is paying people properly. The reality is this country has seen, on the whole, pay be stagnant for the majority.
How would you do that?
Well, we would introduce a £15 an hour minimum wage, and I think that's absolutely fair, given that pay has been stagnant for so many years, and the cost of living has increased exponentially. But also things like looking at housing costs. We have a housing crisis on our hands at the moment, and I know from the people that live in Leicester that rents have been going up exponentially whilst their income has been basically stagnant. And we want to implement a rent control so that people know what they're paying out on every single month, and they don't have to expect a nasty increase coming out and surprising them, and essentially putting their household finances into disarray.
100% absolutely based, yeah. Get your people's wages up so that people can afford to live after wage stagnation for the last decade, and better housing rates through council housing. Boom! Excellent answer from Shaman Rahman. And you only get that with the Green Party. No other party is offering you better wages. No other party is offering you the same level of council housing that we're going to be able to offer you. That is the Green Party plan to deal with the cost of living crisis. And on top of that, free school meals. And on top of that, ending the 2-child benefit cap. With a party that works for the poor. And thank you for the 10 gifted from Rattleman, the 5 gifted from Proton Bobs, the 5 gifted from the 5 gifted from Satnav, and the 5 gifted from Sergey Meerkat. I appreciate you all for the support. Thank you for keeping me employed here on YouTube and Twitch.
I'll read a few points from the Conservative manifesto in just a second or two, but I just want to pick you up on that £15 minimum wage. To a small business owner who's just making ends meet, that could be make or break. Losing businesses is not a good thing either, is it?
No, it's not, but it's also about making sure that your staff can actually earn enough to feed their children. I think most businesses want a society that's healthy and happy. Businesses will only thrive in that kind of a circumstance. If people can't afford to come and spend money in your shop or your whatever business that you have, then it's a negative sort of cycle. So I think paying people properly means that the local economy is boosted. People have the money to spend.
True.
We'll hear from Labour and the Lib Dems.
Based, absolutely right, 100%. Shaman knocking it out of the park.
them in just a second or two. But as you know, we did ask the Conservative Party to field a candidate for us today, but they weren't able to do that. So we asked for representatives from Leicestershire and Rutland, and as I say, nobody was available. They did send us, though, a statement saying, and I quote, "In this election, the people of Leicestershire have a choice. They can either stick with the plan and return Rishi Sunak to number 10, continuing to bring down inflation, build a strong economy and deliver a safe and secure future. Under Keir Starmer and the Labour Party, this is all at risk. Labour has no plan for controlling our borders and improving our economy. Labour will take us back to square one and can't be trusted to..."
That's kind of like the one thing that I kind of would want to get me into politics for, just so I'd be able to be on these panel shows to debate.
In uncertain times. That's a statement from the Conservative Party, who, as I say, weren't able to provide a candidate or representative on the panel today.
Where's this money going to come from, though? The country is not broke. A country cannot go broke, Baker's dozen. We are a sovereign currency issuer. We have a central bank, and we can issue gilts, and we can do monetary financing of government deficits. And also, there are plenty of rich people in this country. There is we're the 6th biggest economy in the world, right? There is loads of money in this country. The problem is it's all in the hands of the very richest in society. They were the big beneficiaries of all the money that was spent over the course of the pandemic, right? If you want to be able to ensure that that money is in the right place, we have to redistribute it. We have to redistribute the assets. We have to tax the people with the money, and then that money can be in the hands of the people who need it rather than the people who want it. That's why, again, there is no such thing as a broke country with a central bank. We can issue gilts to spend on new infrastructure, to invest in new companies, to create new, better paying jobs in this country, to increase the supply of goods and services, to bring down the costs of living. There are plenty of things that we can do as a state. We're not broke as a country. All that people keep saying Liz Truss crashed the economy. Bond yields are coming down. Inflation is at 2%. Interest rates are scheduled to come down later on this year. They're not even historically high, bond yields or interest rates. The idea we can't deficit spend our way to growth is completely nonsensical. We absolutely can deficit spend our way to growth. And it's going to be cheaper very, very soon. And this is the kind of interest rate and bond yield and inflation composition that we had throughout the entirety of the 60s. Throughout the entirety of the 60s. Did Harold Wilson and Harold Macmillan, did these people just stop borrowing to spend on building council houses and increasing the size of our productive capacity? No. No, they didn't. There is absolutely zero reason that we can't spend to grow the economy. Zero reason at all. Would it be better to increase capital gains or increase corporation tax or raise both? Better to increase capital gains. Corporation tax has already gone up, and I think it's fine at the moment. Although it's still lower than it was in the Blair administration. It didn't, the Blair administration having a corporation tax of 30% didn't stop them from having investment in the country.
Jeevan said to pick up on some of that perhaps, because the cost of living is arguably one of those things that worries most people. Most people are deeply, deeply worried.
How would the markets respond to that, though? I mean, they would respond fine as long as you have a credible plan to turn the new gilt money into productive capacity. The bond markets responded badly to Liz Truss because she had no plans to be able to turn that increased fiscal expansion into new tax revenue to be able to pay down those debts, right? So, for example, if I borrow money for tax cuts, all you can do is just say, I hope the people who I've given that money will invest it to be able to increase economic demand. You have no guarantee of that, therefore you cannot project how you're going to be able to repay the value of those gilts. If you issue a gilt, and then you say, I am using this gilt to buy this new productive asset that the state will own that will generate a return. Like if it's a productive asset that generates a bigger return than the yield on the bond you've issued, then you can guarantee that money is going to be able to come back, or you can project to the markets that's our future revenue that we say that we can get. There's the Resolution Foundation have a fiscal rule, which would be better than Rachel Reeves's, that would take away the value of new assets from the overall debt to GDP ratio, which would be a good thing. There's a different, because I mean, if you say, for example, if you say to the markets, right, we are going to issue £1 billion worth of new bonds, and we're going to spend all of that in building new council houses. That is assets of the value that you've spent on that gilt, So it'll be paid back down, but you'll have the asset. So the balance sheet will stay the same. The yield you'll have to pay over the course of that bond, until that bond reaches maturity, is paid down by the revenue that council house will generate. You see how that's different to, I'm going to issue this bond, plus the additional yield you'll pay on top of that, to give to rich people and just fingers crossed hope that they'll invest. Because that's what Liz Truss's plan was. This is the big difference between issuing bonds for tax cuts and issuing bonds for critical infrastructure. It's a shame rich people getting a tax break don't spend it down the town centre. Well, exactly, yeah. I mean, they'll spend it on foreign holidays and imported luxuries, but mostly they'll just they'll use the extra liquidity and put it into assets.
Worried about it. The Conservatives say they have a plan, you haven't.
Well, let's start off. The Labour Party actually showed up today, as did the other candidates. The Conservative Party did not show up today, and that's how much they care about the views and thoughts of those who they are apparently.
I mean, you are literally the only Labour candidate I've seen turn up to anything. Every other hustings I've seen has had an empty desk or has had a wilted set of roses. Frank Adlington Stringer in the hustings that he went to, I believe it's a Derbyshire seat somewhere, he put a wilted set of roses on the table to represent the Labour candidate. Why did the Margaret Thatcher tax cut work? Because she had oil. She literally spent the oil money on a tax cut. It's as simple as that. We struck liquid gold in the late 70s. Thatcher wasted it on tax cuts, and we now have zero assets to show for it. It's super simple. Literally just North Sea oil revenue.
Seeking to represent again. Let's talk about Rishi's plan, by the way, the worst squeeze in wages since Napoleon threatened these shores. That's 200 years. In terms of food bank use, by the way, and some of you will know I did my PhD on this, right, on poverty. This is the worst bout of hunger we've seen since the 1930s. I'm 33 now. When I was a kid, I didn't know what a food bank was. None of us did. Now it's part of our lexicon. That's another sign of Conservative failure. We don't want to stick with a plan that's fair. We don't want to stick with a plan that's making kids go hungry. We don't want to stick on a plan that's making everyone poorer. And of course, last year,
as Gary's Economics says, they'll buy your mum's house. Literally, they will buy your mum's house if you give rich people tax cuts. Again, I've mentioned this on stream before, but it's worth explaining this again. The reason why the Liz Truss tax plan didn't work is that when you give rich people money in this country, they will put that money into the asset market because it's a guaranteed return. It's a guaranteed return to put money into buying houses. It's a guaranteed return to put money into buying assets and financial instruments with our very powerful financial sector, because the government has a vested interest in increasing the value of houses and financial instruments, because houses are where poor people will usually get the value of their retirement fund, and middle-class people get the value of their pension fund from the overall value of the financial instruments owned by that pension fund. If those things drop, that leads to negative economic consequences for everybody. So they have to ensure that these assets rise in value. If you give rich people tax cuts under the assumption that they know they can guarantee increased returns
and I loved it.
That they can get guaranteed returns on investment by pouring liquidity into already guaranteed appreciating assets like houses and like financial instruments, why would they invest in a productive business, which may fail or may be successful, when they can guarantee a financial return on the financial instruments of those houses? There is no reason for them to do that, and that's unproductive and very low tax. So Liz Truss could not use that tax cut money to be able to pay down the debt that she was accruing by giving those tax cuts. That's why the Liz Truss plan couldn't work. When kids go hungry for the next 5 years, it's Labour's fault. Well, exactly. Well, that's their problem. That's Labour's fault for not dropping the 2-child benefit cap and keeping universal credit.
Liz Truss budget well over £2,000 on mortgages, and indeed even higher in lots of cases. But you asked about our plan, let's talk about that, right? We are going to get costs down directly. Yes, by investing in green energy, because greener is cheaper. Solar is about 6 times cheaper than natural gas. We had the worst bout of inflation in the G7 because we are dependent on natural gas, because David Cameron cut home insulation, or as he called it, cutting the green crap. That's why we're in the situation we're in today.
Much of your economic policy, though, depends on...
It's crazy how much better the answers are when you have a real economist who's done real work. Like, Jeevan Sanders seems like a fine candidate to me from his background, from working at the NEF. Like, just very clear, and much clearer than most Labour MPs I've seen. Do I have a Discord? Yes, I do. Let me bring it over. Invite people. Copy link. There we go.
growth, doesn't it? I'm not really clear on where you think that growth is going to come from and how quickly it will happen.
Well, look across the pond to the United States, the fastest growing economy in the G7. How do they do that? By investing in their green industrial revolution, by investing in clean energy. So we have a proven concept that's already working. That's where our growth is going to come from initially. But there's also lots of other things that are going to add up together. Planning reform to get the infrastructure we need getting built. At the moment, it takes years and years to get solar farms connected to the grid. The same thing is true of roads and transport. In the East Midlands in particular, we know how bad hit we are, about 2.5 times lower infrastructure spending.
Forgive me for interrupting. Planning change, planning reform takes years, decades in many cases. So how are you going to strip out that process so it happens not in 10 years' time, but in 10 months' time?
Well,
because you haven't got time, have you? Time is not in your favour.
Sure, but it's not the...
Oh, you're in Leicester, Tikan. Which Leicester seat do you live in? It's not Leicester South, I hope. Because I'm pretty sure we've leafleted all of Leicester South now. Twice. Like, if you're in Leicester South and you've not received 2 leaflets, then we've not done our job properly. You're not in Leicester South. Oh, okay, well, that's fine then.
Planning reform that takes that time. It's the current planning process. That's the sign of the failure, right? It's a priority of the next government to get that planning reform on the books to ensure we are going to make difficult decisions, to make sure we get infrastructure in place.
Have I ever seen the More in Common MRP? I've not seen it. I don't pay attention to More in Common. They're polled way out of line with everybody else. They have a shit methodology.
And get the economic growth that we need. And that's the kind of thing we would do if we were elected and if the people of Leicestershire choose to put their faith in us.
So, in fact, I would argue that of everybody watching now, one of the things that, as I've sort of outlined and suggested, one of the things that affects people in the most profound way and actually affects the way they live their lives is the cost of living crisis. What would you do to alleviate the weight of that?
It's a massive weight. I remember my mum and dad. My mum was an overlock machinist. My father was a security guard. We grew up in poverty, and it's not a nice situation to actually live your life. But you just do it and get on day to day and just get on with it. The reality is we need to do a lot more.
Do you think the Bank of England will halt quantitative tightening to give Rees 11 billion to spend? Yeah, I think they will. I think she'll luck out again. Just Labour just locking into like the best thing they could possibly do after the Bank of England fuck over the Conservative government like multiple times with stupid rate increases and then waiting forever for rate decreases. The Monetary Policy Committee, for no reason, have decided that they want the Conservatives out of government and to ruin the country. So, and then Labour are going to come in and the MPC are going to go, whoop, 50 basis points cut, and then suddenly Labour are going to do whatever they want. It's very funny to me that the Monetary Policy Committee have essentially decided who governs the country. Very funny. Islington South and Finsbury. You should vote Green in Islington South, though. The Green is the best place to unseat Emily Thornberry.
We would be putting the £1 billion into the farming industry and making sure that drives prices down. Brexit was a disaster for this country, together with the COVID. So we ended up borrowing billions of pounds. At the same time, our economy shrank, and we've got to get it back. We've got to rejoin the single market so people can trade with Europe and prices will come down by doing that. The other thing we need to do is make sure that we invest in green energy. It was part of the Lib Dems in 2010, 2015. We made sure solar, wind turbine farms. We need to be making sure the people on the lowest incomes, we support them with heat pumps, we support them with insulation. We need to make sure their energy costs come down. We need to get jobs for our cities. You know, Leicester, we're struggling. Lots of clothing industries, factories have closed. So those lockstitch jobs, those cutting jobs.
What's interesting is people keep talking about we need more jobs. We have a fine number of jobs, actually. We have loads of jobs that have loads of vacancies. We have a tight labour market, not as tight as it was, but we have low unemployment still and a very tight labour market still. There are plenty of jobs. We just, we actually need people to fill the gaps in the labour market, but we just need better wages. Like all this talk of creation of jobs is a really kind of fucking neoliberal framing. But
those packing jobs have all disappeared over the last few years, over the last couple of years. So lots of people are on that poverty line. I was knocking on doors, and I went into a shop, and the shopkeeper said to me he gives a family a loaf of bread every second day, and they're living on toast. And what era are we living in? I speak to schools, and they know of families that their children come to school brushing their teeth without toothpaste because they can't afford it. We need to do a lot more and supporting residents across Leicester and Leicestershire with all of these things and doing whatever we can. And the councils just seem to be wanting to cut money from whatever services they're providing, and they've got nowhere to go.
Let me just take you to the Conservative Party manifesto. The words cost of living actually don't appear in that, but here's a phrase for you: cut tax for workers by taking the 2p off employee national insurance, a total tax cut of £1,350 for the average worker on £35,000. Cut taxes to support the self-employed by abolishing the main rate of self-employed national insurance. Cut tax for pensioners with a new triple lock plus, guaranteeing that both the state pension and the tax-free allowance for pensioners always rise with the highest of inflation earnings, or 2.5%, so the new state pension doesn't get dragged into income tax. Cutting tax puts more money in people's pockets, alleviates the cost of living, doesn't it?
It does to a degree, but if you've got no jobs, if you're struggling to pay the rents are going up extra, they've gone up a lot. People are struggling out there. They haven't got a job. Leicestershire's lost.
And again, that's just not true. Imagine that it's obviously very Lib Dem for them to say, the problem just is number of jobs, right? Not enough businesses, not enough jobs. When unemployment is at record lows, we got loads of people in work, but there are, as I said, there are job vacancies everywhere. There are huge gaps in the labour market currently that's going on, really and truly. When, of course, the real issue here, by saying, well, surely tax cuts would help people afford the cost of living crisis, is exactly what I said earlier. If you cut taxes, that's going to cut the provision of public services. The people who most rely on public services are the ones most sharply affected by the cost of living crisis. So if you just cut a bunch of taxes for everybody, that's going to reduce the level of service that people really need in public services. And those who are getting tax cuts who don't need them because they're not affected by the cost of living crisis are the ones who don't rely on the public services in the first place. It's a real false economy. They'll get more money in their pocket and they'll feel poorer because they'll be poorer in terms of the amount they're actually receiving.
Out again and again. We didn't get the hospital money, £450 million. Last year we lost 50 million for Leicestershire for the bus services. Leicester City Council didn't get the 41 million that they needed for their bus services. We're a city and a county that loses out again and again. Fairer education allowances for our children, we didn't get that. The problem is we don't get any share of anything, and we need to make sure that we have MPs that are actually going to fight for the residents and make a difference and make sure the money comes into Leicester.
I mean, yeah, you should also cut. You could also reduce taxes slightly by increasing taxes elsewhere. Yeah,
Leicestershire, we've been let down far too many times by both Labour and the Conservatives, and it is time for change. The reality is people out there are struggling.
Can I pick up on this point?
Just very briefly, because I want to get on to education.
On the Conservative point, right, we saw in their last budget, for example, the budget in last October, November, they talked about the tax cut they had given. But what they actually did was partially reverse a tax cut they had before. So they cut the rate, but they froze the threshold. Freezing the threshold cost families 650 quid. They gave about 450 quid back. And this, by the way, is taking the public for fools. Everyone here knows that thresholds have been frozen. They know they're paying more tax than ever before. There's no point in promising a future. You've had 14 years, or they have.
Okay, very briefly, because I want to move on to education, which affects many people.
Okay, the wages situation is clear. They haven't moved very much in the last few years, but cost of energy has gone up. We've touched on that. But what else has really gone up? Let's be honest with people about this. What has really gone up? Yes, it's the price of housing. As they rent up 20% in 2 years, it's phenomenal. These is what really is impacting upon families, and we need to be honest about it, and then we know why we got this, how we got to this situation. So what we need to do is we've got to stop treating this as a housing crisis and say to ourselves, we have a population crisis. We're accommodating.
No, just build more houses. Just build houses. Again, it's funny, Nigel Farage says, oh, there are so many people coming here, we need to build a house every 2 minutes. Yeah, that's 200,000 houses a year we need to build. That's how many council houses we were building a year in the 60s and the 70s. Conservative governments were building enough council houses to deal with our population increase. That's not a problem. We just haven't built the houses. He generally sounds like a drunk person right now. Yeah.
More and more people, as there are 635,000 in the last 12 months coming in to this country. It's a very, very crowded country.
We also need to build more houses, but we need to have better specs in the building regulations around insulation and space. Well, that's why we need to have a state-owned house builder to be able to build things with social utility in mind rather than profit.
We need to be honest about it. Okay. We need to keep the numbers level. And
I honestly couldn't tell you how many houses Labour will build in the next 4 years, because their plan is just deregulate and inshallah. They have no plans for council housing. Their plans for social housing is they will get built by private developers, and then there'll be a mandate for how many have to be housing association. But there's no plans for like giving councils money to build council housing. The only person who's been able to get right to buy back onto the books is Sadiq Khan, but he has his own personal mandate in London and the London budget to be able to give councils the money to do so. And Labour have ruled out spending public money on council housing. So I just don't see where Labour are going to be able to do this unless the private sector just goes haywire. But they won't even go haywire building good houses. It'll be like crappy Taylor Wimpey houses that fall apart. I'll have to get rebuilt in 50 years' time. I really don't want Harris Buttigieg 2024. That's not a Yas Queen. That's not a Yas Queen moment. Like, I mean, if we had like Bernie Warren, like maybe I'd Yas Queen that.
No, hang on. Okay, well, see, no, you've had a moment. Given that everybody's had a further supplementary on this. Yeah. Sharman, I got the impression you wanted to dive in on that.
Yeah, just, I mean, listening to that, this sort of dog whistle sort of pointing to minority communities, we've had that come out from the mouths of Labour.
Hang on, Andy, just one moment.
I mean, Bernie is older than Biden and Trump. Yeah, it doesn't matter about how old you are. It's about how your age has affected you. And Sanders is far more erudite and well put together than Joe Biden is.
Just one moment.
We've seen that kind of rhetoric, at that.
I mean, there's the one that Ben brought up, probably okay actually. Gretchen Whitmer's probably the best opportunity.
Helm of the Labour leadership over the last couple of days, and I know for the multicultural hub that Leicester City is, many citizens in Leicester are absolutely aghast, whether they're from minority communities or not. They're just absolutely aghast about the rhetoric that's coming out of some certain politicians, including our local MP, including the leader of the Labour Party.
I feel I want to reply.
Scapegoating minority communities who have given for decades and decades and decades to this country, and I think people have a right to be upset about that, and it's shocking that we've stooped so low in our public discourse that is what we're now resorting to instead of answering the real issues of our time.
Newsom is shit, but he could be worse. And that's basically all I expect from the Democratic Party now. At least Gavin Newsom tried to create a publicly owned manufacturer for insulin to be able to undercut private competitors. That's like fucking communism in America.
It's the biggest con in the world, this is. It's about investing in your country. The reality is the investment hasn't been there. The Tory government has failed to invest in places like Leicester and Leicestershire. And the reality is,
like, Newsom is absolutely fine. Like, Newsom is absolutely fine. Like, I don't like him, but there is like 1,000 people worse than Newsom it could be.
is then people are feeling the pressure because we're having to, instead of have new strips of road, we've got potholes, 20 potholes in a road, and instead of having a brand new tarmac road, and that's what's going on. And all we're doing is putting sticky plaster after sticky plaster and then blaming somebody else for it. The reality is that we should never be in the sticky plaster zone. We should have been repairing and actually investing.
I agree. I think it's good to have a. I'm bored of this debate now anyway. I do think it's good. Sorry, the debate we're watching, not the debate about the president. Like, I think it is good optics to have a woman running as president when reproductive rights are pretty important on the ballot. I think that Emma Vigeland is right about that. I just think someone who's not rubbish like Kamala Harris would be better. That's why I think that I would rather it was Gretchen Whitmer than Kamala Harris. A mate at work mentioned Starmer's comments about the Bangladesh who told him to vote. I'm glad glad it's cutting through. Remember you said rigging the primary was bad? Do you remember? But it's still technically rigging the primary if it's just somebody who somebody else picked. Although I guess technically it was Kamala on the ballot when you selected the primary process to select Biden? Or do you not just vote for Biden in the primary and he picks his VP later? Like, it's not really rigging the primary if the person who you've selected somebody else after you'd selected them. Like, he didn't run with Kamala Harris in the primary ballot. So I don't think it's necessarily rigging the primary to not let a person who has not... To not let, because nobody's voted for Kamala. If somebody voted for Kamala and they replaced her, like, and she'd replaced her, and she was replaced, without anybody saying so, that's different. But if Joe Biden steps down of his own accord, I don't think Kamala can take over by rote. I mean, she probably will take over by rote. Like, then it's fine. Like, I'm not saying it's terrible. I just think that there's somebody less shit that we could run. What's this video from Hassan? His name is Hassan. Oh, Kamala was on the ballot. Okay, right. Is he going to play? TikTok, what are you doing?
Hassan Piker, I mean, did you see anything last night that would allow you to construct an argument that he should continue?
Biden continuing? Absolutely not. Jake and I have had this conversation personally for years at this point, very publicly, about Biden being ineligible to run and how he's going to lead to the downfall of the Democratic Party and potentially lose a pretty easy to win election against Donald Trump at this point. And we were absolutely right. And it was shocking that so many in the media who are now writing those articles that you're talking about were acting as though Biden was actually a dynamo behind the scenes. There was literally an article I remember about how in order to soften the blow of Biden's age and how old and senile he's appearing on television, they were saying that he had really hard sex with his wife. That's to the extent that these guys went to in order to try and manufacture this narrative. And to anyone with eyes, they could see what Biden's...
Wow. A follow and a subscription just seconds later. Thank you very much for throwing your Twitch subscription my way. I appreciate the support.
Performance look like. So I don't understand why it's so shocking to people. David Axelrod said on CNN 9 months ago, that Biden has to go. You have an election coming up right now where the down ballot races, where you have Democratic Party senators doing 10 points better than the top of the ticket, than Joe Biden in places like Nevada, in states like Arizona. These are states that Biden has to win. All of these swing states that the Democratic Party should be clearing up with like Reagan numbers are in contest. Having said that, Donald Trump also had a phenomenally bad performance last night. It's just that no one is going to talk about that because one guy was very clearly demented. So when the other guy's talking about immigrants and how they're responsible for everything that is going on for an hour and 30 minutes straight, people didn't even have the time to make that assessment because they were so unimaginably shocked at the fact that the Democratic Party has basically put forward a cadaver and tried to push him over the finish line.
I mean, I agree with everything that Hassan has said there. Like, yeah, he's just absolutely correct. It is easy to win, and the down ballot races show that it's easy to win, right? People like Ruben Gallego, 10 points ahead. John Tester is still ahead in Montana. How is John Tester still ahead? Like, it should be an easy election. They should be wiping the floor with Donald Trump, and they're not doing it. And the down ballot races show that that's true. Like, even it looks like they're going to hold on to Ohio. They're going to hold. How are the Democrats holding on to Ohio? Like, what is basically like a red state at this point, without there being this down ballot effect of Donald Trump ruining things for the GOP. This should be an easy election. This should be a walking election. This should be a walk in the fucking park. Every single down ballot race in swing states, the Democrats are ahead for the senators, and by a country mile in some cases. I know that the Gallego stat is awkward because of Sinema running as an independent. But the fact that how are the Democrats ahead in Ohio? How? That's Trump country. Ohio is Trump country, Rust Belt state, and they're ahead. The Democrats are ahead in the Senate race. They're not doing. If that's not happening, if they have a normal person who can function leading the Democrats into the presidential election. Now, you can say what you want and say in Nevada, Arizona. Ohio is like the one which makes no sense for the Democrats to be this far ahead. What's the name of the candidate? '24 Senate election in Ohio. Sherrod Brown, that's the one. Like, Sherrod Brown is projected to, like, absolutely fucking walk it. The problem is Kamala is the only one who can use hundreds of millions of dollars for the campaign to move it, would need the pact to put together. She needs to step down, I guess. And there are so many swing states in which the Democrats are ahead in the Senate race. And the Senate race is bad for the GOP because the GOP are running Trumpists. They're running MAGA types in those seats as well. The ones where the GOP are losing close Senate races is because imposed candidates that are being run in these Senate races are people from the right wing, from the Trump part of the GOP. If they had normal people running in these Senate races, they would be winning these Senate races. If they had Nikki Haley Republicans running, they'd be winning these Senate races. There is toxicity amongst the Trump brand, amongst the swing voters, that it's necessary to be able to win in these states. And it's why in the down ballot races, Democrats are winning. But they're losing because these people think that Joe Biden is worse because of how old he is. And because of how poor he is at communication, because of his age. There are few independents and swing voters. That is absolutely true, there are few. Which is why you cannot lose any of these swing voters by running Joe fucking Biden. You literally cannot run him because he will lose these swing voters. Probably because they won't turn up. Getting them to the polls is important, and that's what all of these down ballot, excellent, erudite candidates are doing in Senate races against awful MAGA Republicans who are being shoved into Senate races. Yeah, we all do know stuff about your country, absolutely. Hypothetical matchup polls don't tell you how people will really vote. These aren't hypothetical. These are one-on-one Senate races, right? As I said, Arizona is an outlier because of the nature of the way that race works. But all of the head-to-head races are being done in head-to-head contests in this instance. The polls were really close on these matchups in the Senate races in 2022. Just saying. Yeah, again, like, the other thing that means that Democrats should be walking is the economy is really improving in America. That loads of economic metrics are all on the upswing. Purchases of consumer goods have continued increasing month after month after month. Inflation has come down despite all of the big fiscal. Seeing giant Trump signs and bumper stickers only tells you about how many cultists there are. Trump has a huge base, but it's not a big enough base to win an election on its own. Like, and on top of that, the Democrats are winning ballot measures. Left-wing ballot measures are winning in state after state after state after state. And we've seen what happens in these races in these states when all the option is between somebody mildly competent from a Democrat and the MAGA Republican. The MAGA Republican keeps losing. That's how the Democrats managed to win in Nevada, like Catherine Cortez Masto and people like that. Like, I was really surprised that Cortez Masto won in Nevada. But Biden is polling behind every single one of these. Every single one. He's polling behind the comparable Senate in states he has to fucking win. I don't give a shit if he's too old that he dies in office. I care about the Democrats not losing this fucking election. I shouldn't give a shit about whether Democrats win or not, but Trump is a unique threat. He's a unique threat. And I'm not even talking about Project 2025 shit. I'm talking geopolitics here. What happens to Europe if Donald Trump just takes away all of the Ukraine funding? What happens to fucking Europe? What happens if Trump starts a trade war with China? Yeah, and Minsk too lasted long, didn't it? Well, exactly. You're absolutely right, NWA. Yeah, increasing... No, you're wrong. Increasing military funding is what incentivizes negotiations. There is no reason for anybody there's no reason for any of the Russian negotiators to come to the table if they believe that they're guaranteed to win the war, which they will be if Ukraine stops being funded. The best way to negotiate a ceasefire, to negotiate a settlement, to end the conflict, is to ensure that Russia has a reason to come to the table. They have zero reason to come to the table if they feel like they can walk all over Ukraine. It doesn't really matter who the president is. Like, there'll be a Democrat. They will do Democrat things and it'll be shit, right? It just won't be Trump. Like, whoever it is just has to be able to get over the line when it comes down to the election. And Biden will not get over the line. That's the problem. That is literally that's the only metric that matters. But with sending weapons that can hit inside Russia is a really bad thing. Oh, I agree. They absolutely should not be sending any weapons at all that they can hit inside Russia. Like, anything that could potentially lead to escalation is the worst thing possible, right? But at least the Democrats aren't so silly that they fucking assassinate Iranian generals. Yeah, DNC are arrogant as fuck. I hate them. I hate them with a burning passion, and it makes me makes me lose my mind that I have to advocate for the Democratic Party's success. But the Republican Party is an existential threat to humanity, not just on geopolitics but on climate as well, and they cannot be allowed to be in power. At least in the UK, whatever happens to us, we're a tiny fucking island with no power. It means nothing. But America is so gigantic with such a huge amount of influence on the world stage that any amount of instability coming from America has massive geopolitical ramifications. Just imagine Trump with Netanyahu. That's a big worry. And that's one thing where I think Trump might be less bad. I think that there's a chance that Trump thinks that the political instability in the USA is less bad if he tries to nobble Netanyahu. I think that Trump thinking that Netanyahu can walk all over him will really fucking get into his ego, and so he'll be the only person to stand up to Netanyahu in that way, because I don't think Trump gives a shit about Israel, because it's not part of his... Nobody from Israel sucks his dick, but they're both bad anyway. I mean, Netanyahu's not that stupid as well, actually. That also helps. Sure, I mean, he does have strong ties with Zionists. I guess the GOP will take over and force him to do things, but if there's one loose cannon that could do something outside of the realms of political possibility, then Trump's the man, but... I'm not sure, Alyssa. Everything's so fucked. Everything's so fucked. Everything is so fucked. Imagine if Corbyn and Bernie had won. Imagine if Corbyn and Bernie had won. How much of a better world we'd live in at the moment. At this point, you might as well just fucking sell the country to Xi Jinping. Get some Belt and Road funding. Democracy would go away forever, but at least we'd not be poor. Any news in Islington North? I think Corbyn's going to win. If Bibi does something that Trump says he shouldn't do, Trump would pull following instantly. I think that Trump's ego and level of how erratic he is would make the Israel situation slightly less obvious than Biden, but Biden's also losing votes, so... Brighton Pavilion is not a green win for certain, but I think it's odds on. Same with Bristol Central. Well, I guess Trump hates Iran so much, he probably would side with Israel regardless just to get Iran. There's just no good options. There's just no good options anywhere. At least France have got good options on Sunday. At least there is one country in the world where the left is on the ascendancy. If you're watching from France, please go out and vote for the NFP come Sunday. Obama was a disaster for Europe. His timber sycamore in Syria and regime change in Libya created the terrorism and migrant crisis that revived fascism in European politics. Biden upgrade on that. I fucking hate America. I hate it so much. Oh dear. But it's true. Yeah, you're absolutely right, Sarah. 100%. Obama is like legitimately a fucking terrible president. Labour will win, and that will give us 5 years breathing space. We have to build a red-green bloc and wider social movements in that time, or else we may well be fucked. I agree. Garrett is in chat. What the... Is that the Garrett in my chat? I recognise that crest. I miss your stuff, Garrett. Welcome in. Good to see you. Is the French left on the up? I mean, they came second, but they're going down the Mélenchon's and anti-Semite route as well. I think people are fucking over that now. I think people are over anybody from the left who disagrees with Israel as anti-Semite. Like, the cover has really been pulled off that shit in the wake of the war in Gaza. Like, the fact that even James O'Brien... who's Garrett? Garrett is like an old school video essayist from years back. Garrett was referenced in a H-Bomber Guy response to Sargon of Akkad all those years ago. They'll try and Corbyn him. They'll certainly try and Corbyn him, but I don't think it's gonna I don't think it's gonna work because it's all you can't play that now. We can't play the card. Everybody knows the anti-Zionism is an anti-Semitism because we've seen what happens when Zionism gets a carte blanche. We see what's happening in Palestine right now. Yeah, founding member of BreadTube. From an Australian perspective, I just want out of all of our treaties with the USA, would rather have more neutral ties to China, at least you know what you're getting with them. I mean, that makes sense, right? You know, don't want to have another... Yeah, if you're an Australian, you really don't want another Gough Whitlam situation, do you? I mean, true, if Macron might end up fucking the NFP and the triangulaires, but we'll see. If most are sensible as criticising Israel, and they done fucked up. Exactly, like, yeah, the mask has been pulled off that shit. At least in the UK. Like, the anti-Semitic, the Greens are anti-Semitic slurs that they're getting, the attacks they're getting for that, just completely won't wash, because everybody knows the Israel just is a terrorist state at this point. Exactly, or where would you be without Pine Gap, Australia? They're still coming in thick and fast. I don't know if they've got the message that they're not working, lol. Speaking about, right, hang on a minute. Speaking of people smearing the Green Party, did anybody watch Ed Balls interview Adrian Ramsey this morning? It was crazy. Let me find the clip.
The Green Party have set their sights to win 4 seats in Westminster in the election, something they say is within touching distance.
Our latest Good Morning Britain Survation poll shows the Green Party are polling at just 7%, and one study suggests they are the party most damaged by tactical voting. So how realistic are those 4 seats? The party's co-leader, Adrian Ramsey, joins us now. Very good morning to you, Mr. Ramsey. So on a positive note, because we know that our viewers are fed up with parties kind of throwing mud at each other, what would you say to those people who are going to vote tactically? Perhaps they just see you as a protest vote. Perhaps they're undecided. What can you positively say to viewers this morning?
Well, you rightly quoted Susanna and Ed that the Green Party is aiming for 4 seats at this election. And in those 4 seats, in Waveney Valley, in Herefordshire, in Bristol and in Brighton, tactical voting will work in our favour because it's very clear in those seats and voters know that it's going to be between the Green Party and one other party. And so, yes, in terms of our excellent response on the ground, the polls, the tactical voting websites, all the posters in the windows, voters in those seats that know that the Green Party can win and we can get a group of Green MPs in Parliament. And whether people are voting for a Green
Did you see that Dale Vince is now telling people to vote Labour in Waveney Valley, a Green Tory marshal? It's because Dale Vince is a wrecker. Like, the man's just completely cocked out the Labour Party, possibly for funding, possibly because he's banging one of the PPCs. Who knows, right? Who knows how Dale Vince has managed to get his job being a fucking propagandist for the Labour Party? Because at this point, if he's doing it in Waveney Valley as well, he's doing it essentially to try and corner the Green narrative as being specifically for the Labour Party, because he's just an apparatchik. Like, the man is just fucking... He's a propagandist now. Turns out, right, you can be all, oh, I'm a green entrepreneur. I like to be able to be something that is both profitable but also for the greater good. But as soon as he starts getting those dividend payouts, right, and as soon as the dividend payouts hit, you turn into a dirty capitalist and you don't want your taxes to go up. That's how it works every single time with these fuckers. The only reason why he's attacking the Greens in Waveney Valley as well is because he doesn't want Labour to be held accountable by people who have a better green plan than they do. The man is a propagandist apparatchik. No one should listen to him. No one should listen to a single word that fucker says. Yeah, fuck Dale Vince, man. Yeah, just another fucking greedy capitalist like the rest of them.
MP in those areas or voting with their green vote in any other seat in the country, which I'd encourage people to do, that will send a very clear message to Westminster, to the new government that will be coming in on Friday, that people want bold action, both to defend our environment and to restore our public services.
Let's talk about bold action then. And by the way, because you've specifically mentioned 4 constituencies, we will make sure that out of fairness, all the other candidates in those constituencies are listed alongside your candidates on our website. The IFS say your bold action is wholly unobtainable. That's the Institute for Fiscal Studies, which looks into costings. They say that you're going to do your wealth tax, and it would put a huge burden on the country alongside borrowing. Firstly, what do you say to the fact that it's going to be a huge burden with unpleasant consequences for the country? Because that doesn't sound like a positive. And secondly, we have the highest tax burden in 70 years. So why would you propose more tax?
Because our taxes are still lower than everywhere else.
Well, Susanna, there's been a number of economic commentators who've commented on our manifesto, and Aaron Advani, for example, from the University of Warwick, said it was economically credible. We've engaged with a range of organisations and experts that have given very positive feedback, whether that's the British Dental Association, National Education Union, Nuffield Trust and others, who've recognised that the Green Party is actually highlighting the funding that we do need to put in if we're going to restore our severely overstretched NHS, if we're going to invest in affordable housing, and if we're going to tackle the climate and nature crisis and transition to a green economy in a way that tackles the cost of living crisis we're all facing.
By putting people's taxes up?
Well,
yeah, because we're putting taxes up on rich people, not poor people.
We are asking the very richest in society, the multimillionaires, the billionaires, those with over 10 million in wealth and assets, to contribute modestly more. I'm talking about a 1% tax on those with wealth and assets over 10 million. And that could raise tens of billions by the end of this next parliament. And you quoted the IFS, but they said themselves that there's a conspiracy of silence between Labour and the Conservatives in pretending we can have improvements in our health service without putting the investment in. The IFS says that the next government will either need to cut public services or increase taxes. So the Green Party is the only party that's being honest in this election in saying we do need to put in significant investment if we're going to support our schools, restore our NHS, improve affordable housing. And all of these things do need money, but we can do so by asking those with the broadest shoulders to pay just modestly more. Because actually, if you look at the proportion of GDP that goes into taxes, the UK is near the bottom of the league table across the European countries. And what we're proposing would move us up a bit, but we'd still be below countries like France in terms of the proportion of tax that we're raising. But it's about what people will gain from that, because at the moment, people are forking out for a private dentist because they can't get an NHS dentist. I was speaking to someone last night who was telling me she'd spent £170 for each of her 2 children to get an NHS dental, so a private dental checkup.
Okay, so you're, as you say, you're being straight.
And again, like, it's not just France that will still have a lower tax burden than. We'll still have a lower percentage of the tax being paid we'll still have a lower percentage of tax being paid as per GDP than France, Germany, Italy, Greece, Spain, Finland, Denmark, Switzerland, not Switzerland, sorry, Sweden, Norway. Like, we'll still have a way lower tax burden than any of these countries, even after all of their tax plans. Again, people need to get it into their heads that we cannot have European public services and American tax rates. It's just not happening.
Forward about the fact that you would borrow more and that you would put taxes up.
Can I ask you about wider issues? Because clearly what you are talking about with taxes and borrowing is to pursue the green agenda, the Green Party, wanting to tackle climate change, a very laudable aim. But you've also broadened in this election and you've been exploiting in some communities anger over what's been happening in the Middle East, in Gaza, being very critical of the Prime Minister and Keir Starmer for the stance they've taken.
Critical of Keir Starmer? How dare you be critical of Keir Starmer in front of the former Shadow Chancellor? Also, he says exploiting the anger. Yes, we have ethical foreign policy. You have rancid foreign policy. We're not exploiting anything by providing better foreign policy options. That's like saying that the Labour Party are exploiting dead people by offering reform of the NHS to bring down the waiting lists. Yeah, you're exploiting cancer patients, Labour Party. It's so dumb. Exploiting anger about the state of the NHS.
But you've got into some difficulties. You had a Green candidate in Bristol East who you abandoned after he compared the Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu to Adolf Hitler. You had a
reasonable comparison.
Another candidate in Bethnal Green who withdrew after saying what she then acknowledged were anti-Semitic statements. You had a candidate, which at the beginning of the month was still a candidate, a guy called Joe Belcher, who said that Israel paid Hamas to carry out the October 7 atrocities. I don't know if Mr. Belcher is still a candidate for the Green Party.
I mean, he didn't pay them to do it. That's nonsense. That's conspiracy theory garbage. Did Netanyahu...
Fucking neoliberalism.
Did Netanyahu facilitate the funding of Hamas through Qatar? Yes, he did. We know that Netanyahu explicitly allowed funding of Hamas to be funneled through Qatar.
Well, Ed, first of all, to be very clear, the Green Party condemns any form of racism and absolutely condemns any form of anti-Semitism. And the comments that you quote there are all unacceptable. And as you say, there were two candidates there who were initially selected who are not on the ballot paper for the Green Party because we went through a process of assessing their comments and it was clear that they should not have gone forward. We've got 574 candidates.
And how about the third candidate I asked about?
I honestly don't know the answer to that, Ed. We've got 574 candidates standing across the country. I'm afraid I haven't memorised all of those.
I reckon if somebody was reported as saying that Israel paid Hamas to carry out the October 7 atrocity, but
why is he calling them Hamas? It's either Hamas or Hamas. It's not Hammers. Or suddenly, a London football team has invaded Israel. I think that's the kind of comment that I would want them to retract but not remove their candidacy for.
I'd be amazed if they are still a candidate, and I would be amazed if that you wouldn't know about that.
Well, what I could say, Ed, is that is a completely unacceptable comment. I can't say whether or not that person's still a candidate off the top of my head. But what I can say to you is that if any concerns are raised about any of our candidates, they're taken very seriously. There have been instances, as you say yourself, where candidates have withdrawn or been asked to withdraw. And there have been other cases where, perhaps with less serious but still offensive comments, candidates have deleted posts that they've liked on social media that should not have been liked in the first place.
There's also been reports of quite a lot of intimidation in constituencies. Could you just use the platform of Good Morning Britain now to urge your activists, candidates tomorrow on polling day not to get involved in intimidation, in aggressive campaigning, trying to bully people when they come to vote? That would not be something the Greens would ever want to condone, is it?
There have been reports. Interestingly, not bringing up any actual reports. You're just pretending that these reports exist of intimidation with literally zero evidence provided. This is a man, right? Former Shadow Chancellor, married to the current Shadow Home Secretary, Yvette Cooper, the man who has his little jollies on his podcast with accessory to mass social murder George Osborne, saying, well, this opposing party that I'm interviewing on Good Morning Britain in my position as somebody very close to the Labour Party, I'm just going to imply that the Green Party have been intimidating people and not provide any evidence for that fact. If this was on GB News, right, if this was on GB News, all of the fucking Liberals would say, oh, isn't it terrible that a Tory minister is making up these nonsense claims about the Labour Party? Yet when it's Ed Balls on GMB, married to the Shadow Home Secretary, crickets from the Liberals, crickets from it. It's bad. It's bad that GB News allow Tories to interview other Tories, or Tories to be able to attack Labour as pretending to be a news channel. This is clearly a current affairs segment on Good Morning Britain here, and they have the husband of the current Shadow Home Secretary making up bullshit about the Green Party on a primetime morning slot to try and dig at them because they know they're a threat to the Labour Party. How fucking dare you, Ed Balls? How fucking dare you? Mr. I went to George Osborne's wedding. Go fuck yourself.
Well, of course not. No party should do that, and I'm not quite sure why you're raising that specifically. But what I would say, Ed, is that I've signed the Joe Cox Foundation pledge for civility in politics. I know you worked alongside Joe Cox, and we all need to conduct ourselves in public life in a way that it encourages a positive engagement with politics. We should look for where we agree with other politicians. And I've been very clear that if I'm elected as an MP, I won't take a tribal approach. I'll look for areas of agreement, look to be constructive in pushing for improvements on defending our environment and restoring our public services. And particularly if we're talking about sensitive issues like the horrific conflict in Gaza and Israel, the tens of thousands of people who've lost their lives in Gaza, aid not getting through, people's homes being bombed, the horrific attacks of Hamas on the 7th of October, where people are still hostages are still have not been released. We need to be very conscious that Jewish and Muslim communities in the UK and around the world are feeling vulnerable. And so, yes, the Green Party has been very clear that we want to see a ceasefire on both sides. We've called from that from the start. That's been a very popular position. But we have to discuss that issue, and anyone in public life has to discuss that and other sensitive issues in a way that understands that people are vulnerable and that we need to talk in a constructive way.
Thank you very much.
What an excellent answer in response to a fucking dogshit question. You're too nice to these people, Adrian. I know I said before I don't want to get into politics because my digital footprint will fuck me over, but now at this point I just want to be able to be interviewed by Ed Balls and call him the propagandist shitfuck that he is. I just want to back down these accusations by just saying, nah, I couldn't give a shit what you think. Jesus Christ, that question was terrible. Again, man who's married to the current Shadow Home Secretary, the party that is competing with the Green Party for votes, just using his platform to smear them. And again, you'll get fucking silence, radio silence from the Liberals about the clear bias being displayed by GMB here, which they would absolutely be calling out if it was GB News. Then again, GMB is just GB News for Liberals anyway. Yeah, being nice gets you nowhere. Corbyn found that out. I mean, Zach Polanski has been really good at calling out this bullshit. I wonder if it's in the comments. People, just Liberals talk about vote splitting. Oh wow, Turf's getting mad in the replies. With Caroline Lucas at the helm, it's a party worth considering now. It's just like ideological simpletons. They're simple-minded ideologues. Like, Caroline Lucas is absolutely an ideologue. She's a fucking socialist. But, like, when fucking turfoids get mad... There's people getting mad that Greens care about Gaza, and I'm just like, yeah, I know that you don't care about, fucking ethnic cleansing, but that's because I have better morals than you do. True, whichever this user this is, inspire people rather than cocking up to BlackRock. Very true. I'm gonna write a comment. Sorry, chat.
That is a disgrace.
And if I'm going to live rent-free in his head...
Oh, bleating. I spelled that wrong. Bleating. There you go.
You are a liar.
I fucking misspelled home as well. I'm bad at this shit, aren't I? I used to be a really good typist. And it's hard being a typist when it's really far away and you've got a microphone in front of you.
And I loved it.
True, they are having a disco.
They're having a disco.
Vegan sausage roll.
Sorry, right. Let's do some content. Actually, we're almost done because I've got one thing to finish off with before we go. I did see that, Vicky. Yeah, it's funny that the threats and intimidation are coming against the Workers' Party by Labour supporters. Not that I like the Workers' Party. I don't like the Workers' Party, but even so.
Shut up, Wesley.
I'm gonna turn off alerts and I'm gonna turn off the soundboard for this segment. I'm gonna do now. Sorry, we've run out of space for new alerts because I've got a final segment to do before the election, so I've got to make it a good one. Okay. Hi, YouTube. So it's the election tomorrow. Tomorrow, people will go to the polls to decide who is going to be the next Prime Minister. And of course, it will be Keir Starmer. The Labour Party are going to win the next election. If you've tuned into my channel, or you've followed my channel, or you're just reading it for the first time, most people will know I'm a progressive. I am a leftist. I am on the left of politics. And this is my plea to other progressive and left-leaning people to not vote for the Labour Party. I'll be voting for the Green Party, but this video specifically is why you should not vote for the Labour Party. You should not vote for Keir Starmer. He is going to win the election with right-wingers voting for his right-wing platform. He does not need our votes. We need to show the Labour Party they cannot rely on progressive people's votes for a platform that is in no way progressive. Not only is their platform not progressive, but Keir Starmer himself, as a politician, and the people in his shadow cabinet are not fit to lead this country. He is not fit to be Prime Minister. What I'm going to do in this video is try and explain to you exactly why Keir Starmer is not fit to be Prime Minister. The first thing that we have to talk about with Keir Starmer is that he lies. He lies constantly. He lies maliciously with complete impunity. He had 10 pledges and he broke all of them. He lies about everything he believes in and he supports. He lied about trying to unify the Labour Party and he kicks out everybody who disagreed. He even told people who would end the factional war and try and unite the party. That was a lie. He said he wouldn't impose candidates from the NEC. That was a total lie as well. When it comes to the pledges, they've all been scrapped. They were all lies as well. Nationalising mail, rail and water. Nationalising mail, energy and water. Getting rid of tuition fees. Freedom of movement as we leave the European Union. Increasing the taxes on the top 5% of earners. Abolishing the House of Lords. Pledge after pledge after pledge has been laid by the wayside. All gone. on the cutting room floor and there's nothing left. It was all a pack of lies and a deliberate set of lies to hoodwink the Labour membership into voting for him so he could then purge them afterwards. There were nothing but lies. Don't try and tell me there's about the changing economic situation. There's no reason why the economy is in such a way that we can't increase taxes on the rich. But there was another promise that he deliberately broke, because the man is a liar. And you should not trust him, and that fact alone should be enough to think him unfit to be Prime Minister. That fact alone should make him unfit to be Prime Minister. We just ejected Boris Johnson for being a serial liar, for being a compulsive liar. He wasn't fit for office because he lied with complete impunity. Why should anything be different because of Keir Starmer? Keir Starmer is a Conservative. He admits it as such. He said he was proud to be called a Conservative, and that if people called him one, he didn't care. He said that Labour Party represented true conservatism that the Conservative Party has abandoned. People like Anna Soubry have described the Labour Party as adopting her one-nation conservative values. He has turned the Labour Party into a right-wing, monetarist, authoritarian, transphobic and racist party of capital. And as part of that is they are promising 5 more years of austerity, privatisation and policy for big business. They have promised to increase levels of privatisation in our NHS by selling bits off and having more money being pumped into private provision of healthcare, allowing BlackRock to control our infrastructure with more PFI deals, PFI 2.0, on far more steroids that Blair ever did on. He's taking bungs from the super rich personally, and he is not raising any of their taxes. No wealth taxes, increasing capital gains tax, nothing like that is in the manifesto. So you should not vote for it. They have become the party of capital. They've embedded their cabinet and their PPCs with lobbyists for private water, private equity, private finance, all number of think tanks and people with links to dark money. They have happily gotten businesses round the table to set policy. They described when they went to the banks saying that our manifesto has your fingerprints all over it. Rachel Reeves supported the Edinburgh reforms that cut liquidity requirements for private insurers by up to 60%, allowing them to gamble further with our money and lose at a time at which the need for insurance is much higher because of the greater risk of natural disaster. That is because they have links to so many people who are representing capital rather than representing Labour. Labour are an anti-trans party. Labour are explicitly transphobic party. What they are offering is a Section 28 on trans people. Keir Starmer said he wanted to not have gender ideology taught in schools. They are making it harder for people to transition. They are also, on top of that, wanting to make it harder for people to get a gender recognition certificate by increasing the time that you need to have gone through after applying for one for it to be able to go through. They have also kept transphobic people within their party, continually referring to them as people who are important members of the party. They have said transphobic things on camera. Wes Streeting has done that. Gone off to Julie Hartley-Brewer and people from The Sun saying that he doesn't think trans women are women. And that's the person going to be in charge of trans people's healthcare. If you value the transgender community, if you value the LGBT community at large, you should not vote for the Labour Party. The Labour Party is an institutionally racist party. They purge candidates that speak up about racism, like Faiza Shaheen. They get rid of Jewish members from the party who say things that are outside of their line on the Israel-Palestine conflict. They threatened to gag Martin Ford, who was a lawyer who they hired to investigate what was going on with racism internally within the party. They threatened to gag him because he was too critical about how they dealt with Islamophobia and anti-black racism within the Labour Party. If you care about minority communities in this country, you should not vote for the Labour Party. Labour are internally corrupt. Labour himself and his leadership team, Labour Together, are funded by investment bankers, hedge funders and lobbyists for foreign countries. Their donations have breached the Electoral Commission's laws on private donations. Starmer himself has accepted more private gifts than any Labour leader in decades. Rachel Reeves took a donation from a climate denier the week before they scrapped their pledge to investigate 28 billion in green power. And on top of that, they are happy to have people like PricewaterhouseCoopers and private consultancies stuff their offices for free, which again means they are getting return on investment from that extra money that's been pumped in and from those free secondments they've gotten from people like PricewaterhouseCoopers. Starmer said, and I quote, that Israel has that right to restrict water, food and fuel to the Palestinians in Gaza. He did this 3 times and even sent out Emily Thornberry to repeat it again on Newsnight before U-turning. He whipped Labour MPs to oppose a vote on a ceasefire in Parliament. He reportedly nobbled Lindsay Hoyle in the back, the Speaker himself, into being able to kneecap the SNP tabled ceasefire motion. This man has betrayed the Labour Party's commitment to Palestine. And any amount of U-turning he does now that he's seen Muslim communities and communities that care about the issues in Palestine, that is done in bad faith to try and win these people back. Not his genuine position was the one that he took initially after what happened in October. And he rejected a ceasefire for months and months and months and months and months until he realised there was political capital in assessing to one. If you care about Palestine, you should not vote Labour. Labour will open the door to NHS privatisation. Shadow Health Secretary Wes Streeting promised to go further than Tony Blair in letting the private sector into the NHS. They have the same NHS plans essentially as Reform UK, which is to spend public money trying to say that they will use the private sector to bring down waiting lists when there is no extra spare private sector capacity in this country. There is no spare private sector capacity because it's all NHS staff doing overtime in the private sector. It is all NHS facilities being used by the private sector by rent. There is very, very little extra spare private sector capacity. When Streeting tells you that there is, this is not true. Wes Streeting himself has received hundreds of thousands of pounds in donations with people with links to private healthcare investments. They're even running a private healthcare multi-millionaire in Islington North against Jeremy Corbyn. If you care about the NHS, you should not vote Labour. Labour has betrayed young people by scrapping climate commitments, such as their green investment plans, U-turning on the licensing for the Rosebank oil field, and lying about their plans for a publicly owned energy company when GB Energy is just an investment fund to de-risk money in the private sector. They have happily had climate deniers in lists of candidates for MPs for the next election. If you care about the climate, do not vote for the Labour Party. Labour has abandoned the trade unions by banning MPs from showing solidarity on picket lines. Sam Tarry got sacked for this, by the way, by watering down their workers' rights plans after being lobbied by the businesses and specifically the head of the CBI, whilst having a policy researcher for the CBI as an MP Keir Mather, that is. They have also refused to back junior doctors' pay restoration and have undermined the rail strikes. If you care about the trade union movement, you should not vote for the Labour Party. Labour will not lift the two-child benefit cap, keeping 500,000 children in poverty. This will keep the scandal of universal credit and will the Tories' vile sanctions regime whilst utilising AI in job centres. When Australia did this, it led to the robo-debt scandal. Might be worth looking that up. And they will also keep the lifting of the cap on bankers' bonuses. Labour is for bankers, unfortunately, but not for children. If you care about child poverty, you should not vote for the Labour Party. Labour are happy to have multiple Tory MPs in their ranks. One of them described Labour as a bunch of C words, and went after that, and has also joined plenty of other. Sorry, let me start that one again. Labour are happy to have 3 Tory MPs in their ranks. One of them described Labour as a bunch of C words. Natalie Elphicke has also gone attacking the trade unions, has supported loads of inhumane anti-migrant policies, and defended her husband, who was convicted of sexual assault. They are all welcome in Starmer's Labour Party, yet Jeremy Corbyn is not. If you oppose Conservative Party politics, do not vote for the Labour Party. Labour are still seeking advice from Peter Mandelson as well, by the way, so that probably doesn't need much explanation. Starmer was a member of the Trilateral Commission. He has friends in the Britain America Project. The CPS destroyed his records of meeting with the United States around the extradition of Julian Assange. As DPP, he got people deported for stealing ice cream. He's nasty, he's vindictive, and he's an authoritarian who is in the pockets of the powerful. The Labour Party are now funded by billionaires rather than normal people. The trade unions have had to drop funding due to their internal betrayals. Hundreds of thousands of members have left or have been kicked out. Do you think these billionaires are now donating to the Labour Party for nothing, or are they expecting return on investment? If you value democratic politics and democratic participation and people-powered politics, you should not vote for the Labour Party. Keir Starmer betrayed the people of Liverpool by writing in The Sun. He is endorsed by the Murdoch-backed Times. He is also backed by the right-wing Economist magazine, as well as the Financial Times. If you value the people of Liverpool and Merseyside and justice for the 97, you should not vote for the Labour Party. Tomorrow, the Tories will be toast. Labour are 20 points ahead in the polls, and they are definitely going to win the election. Do you really need to abandon all of the things that you believe in just to replace the Tories with Tories in red ties? They don't need your vote to gain a huge majority, and if you do vote for them to gain a huge majority whilst rejecting all of those principles, you will give them an even bigger mandate to carry out their right-wing platform that you and I both don't support based on all of the things I've listed out today. There is no reason to give them that continual mandate and to let them know they can do whatever they want by moving to the right and still rely on your vote. Luckily for all of us, though, hope has a new home. Hope has a new home today, chat. The Green Party have pledges to tax the rich, to treat migrants and trans people with respect, to invest in people and planet, to protect the NHS from privatisation, and to put more money into it by taking those by taking the taxes from the rich and putting it into new capacity and better wages for doctors. They will take control of our water industry, end the scandal of sewage dumping by bringing the water back into public control. Better wages, better trade union rights, funding for cooperative ownership and community wealth building, an ending of arms sales to Israel, and indeed holding Israeli politicians to account with sanctions. It is a party funded by people, not profit, by being properly member-led and democratically driven. Now that is real hope and real change. If you, like me, are a progressive who wants progressive policy, who wants to help the poorest in society be a force for international peace and justice, please back me by joining and voting for the Green Party in the election tomorrow. A massive majority, a huge majority, will not make Labour any less sheepish. The Green Party MPs, however many that we get, hopefully as much as 4, they will be there to hold Labour to account in Parliament. Who else do you want holding them to account? Reform UK, the Conservative Party? Only the Green Party can hold Labour to account from the left. So if you want to see that in Parliament, you have to vote for it. So please vote Green on July the 4th, and we can build a future with real hope and real change. That was a pretty good rant there. Also, thank you, Lonabox, for the raid. Welcome in, Lonabox viewers. I hope you're all going well. I appreciate the support, Lonabox. Thank you very much for raiding in, viewers. You come to the No Justice stream, just as I was about to end, unfortunately. It's coming up to 11, but we cover UK politics 6 days a week from a socialist perspective. If that sounds like your thing, drop a like, drop a subscription. It's free to subscribe over on YouTube. And you can come and watch me talk about how much I hate the Labour Party even more. Because you think I've talked about how much I hate the Labour Party now, you'll be in for a lot of me talking about how I hate the Labour Party once they're in government and I've got loads of things to hold them accountable for. That's a pretty good segment. I thought I did well there. I almost screwed that one up by misspeaking a couple of times. But I think I got that down. I think I got that. Is there anything that I missed? I don't think I missed anything, really. I could have talked about housing, I guess, but like Labour's housing plans aren't like terrible. I just don't think they're gonna work. I'm gonna get this edited and out before 12 PM tonight. I forgot to say it wasn't an issue. I should insert screenshots of articles, tweets, etc. referring to my points like I did for the Joe Bird, Lisa Nandy vid. Now I want to get it up tonight. I would do, Jack, because I've got a bunch of screenshots ready, but it'll take too long to edit for me to get it out for today. Mr. Luke Akehurst. I did talk about lobbyists for foreign states, so... Thank you, everybody, for the donations and super chats and bits that we got there. So that was the £5 super chat I just read out from Jack Miller. What did we also get? We got a resub from Kegs. We got 20 gifted from Fominski. We got 10 gifted from Jack Miller. And we got 5 gifted from... Oh, that was from before. Before I do go today, though, chat, if you're enjoying the content and you've enjoyed my election coverage up until tomorrow, I'm going to get a long sleep tonight. If you've enjoyed my election coverage, the best way to support this stream is by subscribing on Twitch for $4.99 for free with Twitch Prime by linking your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, to drop bits over in Twitch chat, to become a member on YouTube for 99p, to gift memberships to your fellow viewers as well, and also to super chat to help support the stream. You can do an ongoing donation through Patreon for as little as £2 per month. That helps this stream going, and they take the lowest cut actually on Patreon, so if you want to do that, that's also good. But if you do want to keep me going, you want to be able to support the stream for now, for the election and for holding the Labour government to account for the next 5 years, the best way to do that is by using the payment links within YouTube and Twitch to help me keep my bills and keep me employed here. What's the plan tomorrow night? I'm doing a 24-hour stream tomorrow. I'll be starting at 6 PM tomorrow evening, and we'll be continuing until 6 PM on the Friday, watching all the results come in and watching the Conservative Party seethe and mould as they get completely wiped out. So look forward to that. We'll have lots of content. I'll be having Kev, we'll have Curtis on, I might get Sean on, I'll be calling him to Novara. We'll have loads and loads and loads of content coming for you, loads of people chatting. We'll have some fun. I don't know what's going to happen. I'll probably be following lots of election coverage and just reacting to it as it happens, but nothing's planned so far. We'll just be having some fun on election night. So if you want to come in and do that, that's very welcome for you. But I appreciate we had 50 gifted memberships today over on YouTube. That's really appreciate the support. As always, all support is very welcome. Plenty of energy, yeah. Fucking high on Red Bull. The question is, where am I going to raid you out to, though? That's the question. Oh, My Left Eye is live. Let's send you into My Left Eye. Over on... Oh yeah, definitely want to prevent DVT. I'll definitely have to do a lot of walking around whilst I'm reacting, rather than just sitting around the whole time. YouTube viewers, where am I going to send you? Where am I going to send you? Who's live on Twitch? That's the question. I'm gonna farm some clout again. I'm gonna farm some clout and send you into Mike from PA. But to be fair, like I unlike lots of people, actually, I don't mind Mike from PA. I think he's got his head screwed on electoral politics, non municipal politics. So you know, he's a bit cringe, but lots of us are a bit cringe. So I'll send you over into Mike from PA, Twitch viewers. I appreciate everybody for the bits, the subs, the messages, all of the gifts, all of the contributions. Thank you for sticking around throughout the stream. It's been really fun. I really appreciate all of the support. I know we all may not agree on everything, but we all have a nice, we have a very courteous community here on the No Justice stream, and I really appreciate that. I really appreciate all the support you've given me up to the election time. It's been great cultivating a community on the No Justice stream over the last 3 years. And it's all been leading up to the election day tomorrow. Thank you for the Patreon. Much appreciated, Sumra. Much appreciated. I'll be back tomorrow. The election stream will be a big one. As always, thank you very much. Stay safe.